discuss you. So Pete knows exactly who he is. So if you were to distill it down, what?
What's going on, y'all? You know who it is, man. It is Mr. Campbell, man. Happy New Year. 2026 is here. Hey, man, we're going to do a watch party. Ole Miss versus the University of Miami, man. We're going to bring it in. We're going to see what the big boys do. We're going to talk about a lot of things, a lot of stuff going on. That's right. Hey, I'm here, man. You know what? Bringing in the new year. We're going to, talk about this. This is a big game, man. Listen, Ole Miss, who has not ever been in this position since 1963, and is the U back. Got a lot of guys back. You got a lot of storylines. Trinidad Chambers, a lot of you guys who follow us. We talked about Ferris State when they played T-Jack last year against Phil Dawson. So a lot of us know who Trinidad Chambers is. Carson Beck coming from the University of Georgia going down to Miami, replacing, a guy that we know and that we saw, Cam Ward. So, man, we're going to have a good time, man. We're going to, want people to join, man. Rocky's going to come on, man. We got some other people that's going to give some commentary, man. Just having a good time, man. It's 2026, man. We're all here. We're all going to have a good time. And guess what? No, I'm not going to answer any questions about certain people. Just to let you know, but we'll figure it out. We might talk a little bit about what's going on in the world. But, hey, man, just sit back, get your TV, get your drinks, get your food together, man. You know me. I'm going to bring it down to you, man. We're going to talk about all the different things, man. That Miami defensive line versus Ole Miss's offensive line. We're going to talk about the coaching. Hey, man, listen. Ole Miss, 2 coaches. Charlie Weiss is still there. The running back coach is still there. The rest of the guys have gone on to LSU. Lane Kiffin doing his trolling. Has that made anything help this team get a little bit more cohesive for Ole Miss? Hey, University of Miami with all those guys. Michael Irvin on the sideline with the belt. How much does that mean for those young guys, man? We are really, really excited to talk about this game, man. I'm excited to talk about it. And we're going to have a really good time. Come on in, tell everybody, like I said, pull up a drink. And look at this. He said, I'm a Michigan guy. I know about Trinidad. Absolutely. Absolutely. Happy New Year to everybody, man. Happy New Year. It is me. You know who it is, man. And I'll tell you one thing. It's so funny, man. I found out, man, you know what? In the new year, can y'all believe some people online don't like me for some reason? We're going to talk about that, too. I'm like, what have I done to people? But we'll talk about that in halftime. Have a real good time. Come on in. There you go. Hey, David, this is it. Every time they get a win, Lane gets a check. But I'll tell you one thing, though. He might get a check, but if he go and host that trophy up, it's still not going to be the same feeling as getting that check. And that's one of the things that's such a compelling storyline. If Ole Miss can make the Cinderella run, kind of like almost like the NCAA basketball tournament. But, we'll see, because that Miami defensive line, when Bain and Mesidor, them boys are going to come. But one thing that we've seen, dynamic quarterbacks can make big-time plays. You saw that against that great Georgia defense. So, man, I'm excited to, see it. I'm going to talk about some political stuff about this. The University of Mississippi, they're called Ole Miss. People know them from Mississippi. A lot of people don't root from Ole Miss that look like me. But, this is one of those things that I'm kind of conflicted, because a lot of those young men are from the state of Mississippi. Sometimes you want to see these young brothers win, you know what I mean, without the politics. So you kind of measure that. I've always been a University of Miami fan because they look like me, play like we did in the street, goes all the way back to the 80s. So I've always been a Miami fan compared to being an SEC fan. So, a lot of that we're going to look at and talk about. Miss Griffin, greetings to you. Happy New Year to you. And then, yep, I saw that too. Hey, man, keep putting all this information in the chat. We're going to talk about all of this. LSU is watching. It's going to be very interesting what's going on. So, like I say, you got Miami -3 over Ole Miss favorite. But like I say, man, that means basically that's a pickup game. It's a pick'em game to see what we do. Hey, man, listen, we're going to, hey, Pastor, listen, going to have you come on up, bless the new year. Absolutely. That's what we got to do, man. We want to bless everybody that's watching. We want to send out good vibes, man. 2020, 25, man. And unfortunately, even what we've seen happen in Minnesota, man, it's rough out there for people, man. So I want everybody just to be able to a couple of hours just relax and have a good time, man. We're not going to talk about nobody's school. We ain't going to talk about nobody's job. We're not going to talk about nobody's mama. We're just going to talk about football, man. This is what we're going to do. And just have a really, really good time. Really, really good time. Hey, man, they need to change their name to Freeman. We should refer to a university. Now, see, that's the whole thing I've always said. And again, And we're going to get into this because I think this is a big storyline that for you got a lot of people from outside the nation. You heard Stephen A. Smith talk about this. Oh, them brothers wouldn't go to Ole Miss. And that name hurts them. I'm not going to lie. And it should be the University of Mississippi because I will say this, and this is my thing too. I got a lot of people that are SEC fans. I'm just going to tell you a secret. All these SEC schools were racist. All SEC schools still are. You go look at what they did Alabama when Texas came down there, what they were saying. The young man that and his name will come to me in a second, that went to Ohio State that played for the Jets. He transferred because of the way those people from Georgia were treating him. So, man, listen, the SEC is what it is. Those guys go to play football. But I tell you what, the SEC was built off the back of the SWAC. Ain't no doubt about it. It's no deal. So I hate when people say, oh, Ole Miss is worse than LSU. No, it's not. LSU just as worse. Arkansas, Kentucky, they all the same. So anybody that tells that lie, they don't know the history because they all integrated right around 1970, 71, 72. Like I say, Florida had a helmet with the rebel flag on it in 1962. So I'm not going to play that game. But, I think that is a big deal that, does this change something for the University of Mississippi? Again, it is ironic that, again, they've had black quarterbacks before, but it is a black quarterback. Can a black quarterback lead this school that has had such a harsh racial tradition to a national championship? I think that is a really, really big deal. University of Miami, you got a lot of people. That used to be Black America's team back in the day when I was growing up. You had the University of Miami, you had Georgetown, and you had the Fab Five. That's who people run, and the UNLV running Rebels because that was like what the black folks like. That was our team. So you see that kind of that you coming back, and all those guys from Miami, from the inner cities, Miami, Carroll City, Northwestern, and all those different schools, all the way up to Fort Lauderdale, Dillard, West Palm Beach, Pompano Beach, all those guys, brothers that look like us, brothers that played like us. You know what I mean? The Michael Irvins and guys like that, the Jerome Browns and things like that, Eddie Browns, Rohan Marleys, and things like that looked like and played like us, which was a totally different type of style of ball than the SEC. So, you kind of see that and you kind of understand that. So, man, that's why a lot of people were University of Miami fans. So you got a lot of interesting storylines that we'll talk about and look at and things when we be looking at the chat. If you guys got some ideas or got your own points of view, man, put it in here, man. We're just going to have a good time. Game getting ready to come on. I don't call them the Rebels. We need to be on what it represents. Yep. Hey, listen. And see, this, Matthew, I like people that know what I'm talking about. Exactly. The worst graduation rate in all the SEC for black players, UGA. And like I said, if you see what's going on with them, I mean, when UGA won the championship, we couldn't go to see Joe Biden. But guess what? When they won with Trump, was that they ran up there to see him. So, man, like I say, we could play that game about politics, but I just want to point that out is that this is the conflict that we as black fans, we see our players that are going to make people millions of dollars on this stage. And we do want them to be successful. We want to see these kids play a great game and we enjoy football. So we're going to watch the game because we like football. So I have no problem with that. But I always like people to be honest, to understand that this whole industry is built off of people that look like us. $1 billion contracts for people that look like us. Hey, man, listen, Benny Blades, Brian Blades, the Braves brothers. Come on, man. You know it. So, like I say, all of that, man, those great Miami names that you're going to see, all the way walking around, that are at the game. You're going to see Michael Irvin, Ed Reed, and those guys are there and everything, man. Just, again, that great lineage of Miami talent and stuff like that, I'm just going to be curious, to see who Nick Saban picks. Desmond Howell picked the U. Nick Saban, like that defensive line, is he going to stay SEC? What is Nick going to do? Oh, Nick looked like he threw up the U. So there you go. There you go. Absolutely. Because you got to understand, in the state of Louisiana, the most Hall of Famers from Southern and Grambling, more than LSU. State of Mississippi, Jack State got more than all of the schools combined. South Carolina State got more Hall of Famers, man. You could just go on and on when you start looking at the Hall of Famers that played at our schools and stuff like that. So, yeah, I agree right here, Black. Yep, you just can't call them that. You'll hear me say that because they'll say it. But, again, I never liked that name, again, because we know what that name represents. And like I say, again, on the side of the helmet. But, again, that's what I want to see. But I do want to see the black quarterback play well. I want to see Trinidad Chalmers play well. I'm not going to lie. My mother called me. She said, wait a minute. Do I hear you root for Ole Miss? I said, you know what? I'm rooting for Trinidad Chambers. And I was, because I wanted to see the brother, and it was a great game. So, hey, listen here. There we go. All our HBCU family here, man. All the Off Script family, all the Rocky Miller Channel HBCU Coaches Corner family coming in. Fly Gray Streak. Happy New Year to everybody. So, like I say, put you in. Hey, man, put your score in who you think is going to win the game. You know what I mean? Let's pull those up and talk about it while we get ready to game. Look at here. There she is. Miss Paris, Jackson State. God, hey, you know, one of the things I want to talk about, and I think this is interesting. What do you guys, you know, you've seen Ahmad Miller getting ready to go up to Syracuse. You know, I think that's amazing. You saw Travis Terrell going to Purdue. Is this something that Jack State flips around and say, hey, listen, we can groom talent. You come to us and you can still stay at Jack State or you can move on. Are they going to use that as a recruiting tool? Because I tell you one thing, I looked at the other way and I said, man, listen, these guys came to Jack State, developed, and then they had the choice to stay at Jack State with Cam Salters. He's coming back. And then these two guys left. So, you know, again, are they using that to reverse and say, hey, you know, you come to Jack State and get developed? That's going to be interesting. You know, we kind of talk about that when we get into it. Yeah, hey, man, listen, this is the thing about it. It is one of those things that, you know, you're going to see a lot of these kids that are homegrown. Again, this is University of Mississippi, got kids from Mississippi. Again, we already know about the University of Miami. They do have transfers, but Coach Cristobal has went back and went into those high schools. Like you see a kid like Malachi Tony, who's from Plantation, Florida, right down there in that, as they say, the state of Miami, as they call it, how Snellenberger talked about. So, man, yeah, we're going to see what's talk about it. We are going to talk about football. Hey, listen, brother Herb, hey, man, check out Herb, man. Listen, got this great basketball HBCU content. Me and Herb are going to be bringing something big coming up. We're going to do an HBCU basketball watch party. So me and Herb are going to break it down. So, man, we're going to bring it all to you, man, from the HBCU Coaches Corner. Herb coming, you know, from HBCU Nightly, my guy, Alabama State guy, all in there. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we just got it, man. Just come on in, have a good old time, man. Just come on in and get ready for the game. And then, you know, also, too, got another crazy game tomorrow, Oregon, Indiana, right here in Atlanta. You know, who would have thought Indiana, the program that has the losingest record in all of FBS, number one team that might take it all. Kirk Cinetti has directly and indirectly brought Indiana $100 million in. That is unbelievable. So yeah, that's funny. That you know, but you know what, Ashton? Here's the funny thing about it. All those guys at Miami and all those guys at Ole Miss, guess where they used to go? FAMU and Jackson State. That's why you saw all those superstars that came out of both of those schools, and you saw the Orange Blossom Classic when Jackson State and FAMU were playing. You see all these guys that went to the NFL. You know, it's kind of funny when you say that, but that's what it is. We are the foundation for the University of Miami. That arrogance and stuff like that, that came from FAMU. Ole Miss, which had never won anything, these guys, kids now, they'll go up to Ole Miss, University of Mississippi. But guess where they used to go? To go to Jackson State. Absolutely. Herb, this is 100%. This is just crazy. And to think that the University of Indiana made that high. And guess what? Kirk Cinetti, guess what? James Madison. So you know what? Look at where these coaches come from. So he didn't come, even though he had coached, he was only a wide receiver coach for Nick Saban. But look where he came from. Came from FCS, goes over to Indiana. Yeah, Lane will get it. Lane will get a check. So, hey, man, listen, come on in. Kickoff's about to come on. Rocky's going to come on. Everything, man. Tell me how your new year is, man. You know, tell me what's going on. Is there anything that's going on good in New Year? You had, you know, a new kid, a new job, new house, new car, whatever, new blessing, man. Let's just keep it positive, man. You know, put the blessings in the chat. Say, hey, man, I got blessed with this, and we're going to praise that, man, because I'm just going to tell you, man, in 2026, man, we just got to make it more positive. We just got to make it more positive. So, you know, we're going to use sports to make it positive and everything like that. You know what type of guy that I am. You know, man, I'm a positive person. I'm going to defend my people as I always do. And like I said, if people don't like it, man, I don't give a damn. You know about that? How about that? Hey, David, listen. How about that? All four coaches, like you said, all tied to Nick Saban, which is unbelievable. You know, I think that's just amazing. But that says something about Nick Saban and what he has done, and guys going to learn from him. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Listen, This right here, I think, is going to be something that I 100% agree on. I just don't think LSU is going to do it. I think Lane is going to get down there and they're going to have a lot of fireworks and it's going to look pretty. But when it comes to time to win that big game, I just think just the way Karma's going to work, I don't think Lane Kiffin brings LSU a national championship. I just don't. I think, again, the way things are now, again, you look at Lane really thought that all those kids from Ole Miss were going to leave. Ole Miss was like, nah, you know what? We cutting the check too, man. This money, because these TV contracts and NIL has totally changed the landscape of college football. Totally changed the landscape. Hey, well, listen, we saw what just happened with Brian Kelly. So, you know, hey, they paid him the money, $25 million NIL. They expect him to win. But like I said, it's not going to get any easier in Ole Miss. I mean, at LSU. It's not going to get any easier. He said every coach.
What's up, Mr. Campbell? Can you hear me, my brother?
Hey, man, I can hear you. There he is. The contrarian. The man from Texas.
Oh,
the man that wants every player to get paid no matter what. Rocky Miller.
Hey, man. Let me say this, Mr. Campbell, because I think through this portal, we're finding out some things, man. We're finding out some things. Even with all the HBCU players entering the portal, we recognize that HBCUs have tremendous value. Tremendous value, meaning that I think up to this point, there has been just as many players returning back to their schools as leaving at this point.
Well, I think what happened is, and we're going to talk about this. Hey, man, welcome to reality. There ain't enough spots for all the kids that were in the portal. And unless you are a really special kid, you better evaluate what your opportunity is. And maybe there's something too, and we've heard Coach talk about that. Maybe there's something too about developing your talent where you're at. Sometimes these kids are skipping out and haven't developed. Maybe if you stay and develop, you'll still achieve what you're trying to achieve. That is just what it is, man. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, man. We got people that we know that are in the portal have not made a decision where they're going to go. And like I say, man, I'll tell you one thing. School is starting. Bam, you started school on the 7th. So a lot of these schools are getting ready to get kicked off. Hey, man, do me a favor. One thing about it is, please, I want to know, because I want to kind of compare something, especially for my SWAC and MEAC people. Let me know when school started.
But I need to pay. Yeah.
Let me know. Let me know when school started, because that is a big thing for kids that are in the portal. Because as you guys know, after dropping ad is over, you can't get into school. So I'm just curious to see how many kids understand that that's the hard date. So again, fam, you started on 7. Tell me when your school started. So somebody, and listen, when you say next week, let me know what your school is. I want to know your school too. When you say next week.
Hey, this like I say, this is gonna be an interesting football season coming up. I didn't think that I could be anticipating the season any more than I anticipated the season this past season. Mr. Campbell, with Tremaine Jackson, Sam Shade, all the new coaches, Andrew Body coming off injury, all this kind of things, all this anticipation that we had built up in HBCU football, all the noise that was being talked amongst different schools. And just think about this, Coach, all the make or break coaching seasons that were this year. And it seems like, to be honest with you, the coaches that were in that make or break year, they finished about 500. I think Mickey Joseph came through in his make or break year. And unfortunately, your fine coach, Mr. James Cozer III, did not come through in his make or break season. And so, I didn't think I could be anticipating it anymore. But I think this year, Coach, Mr. Campbell, I think the anticipation is going to build slower, but I think it's going to be much greater anticipation going into this next year, because you have a non-traditional power at the top of the heap. at the top of the hill. Like, and really with a non-traditional power at the top, coach, what that essentially does gives everybody optimism that they could. Prairie View doesn't seem at the top like that Jackson State team that won the Celebration Bowl and the SWAC championship. They don't seem like that insurmountable or that surefire repeat team that's coming back. Like FAMU had under Cozy his first year, it was almost a foregone conclusion that it was the Jackson State FAMU kind of season.
Right.
And but you know, like I say, can a Sam Shade come out the West? Can a school like a TSU up in Prairie View? Can you know, these are all things, you know, and not to mention what Marshall Faulk is bringing to the conference. You know, what can he do in his first year? Will it look like Sam Shade's first year, or will it look like and I was about to say Dion, but T-Jack's first year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, well, you can say
what
Dion too, because I mean, his first full year, his first full year. Yeah, you can say that. I can see.
Yeah. Let's think about this, Coach. You can talk about this better than I can, but as a person that came outside the conference into the conference, can you remember a coach that had a better year than T-Jack in the SWAC? Now, we've had some situations where teams were passed down to coaches. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about a guy that was completely outside of HBCU football, coming in HBCU football, and winning the conference.
You know, it was funny. I literally got to go, and I'm saying, now this is how far I got, and I'm just saying, Rudy Hubbard, who came from Ohio State, that came to FAMU and won a national championship and got it right rolling. You know, that's the only person I can think of, you know, again, when you start looking, because most of these people have ties of a program that had some type of winning tradition. You know what I mean? But nobody, when you look at Tremaine Jackson, and we got to give credit to Prairie View, they have won the West, throughout the last 5 years. We could compare, you know, with T-Jack, but you didn't know, there was no way that anybody would have said that, you know, that they would have been SWAC champions. That there's no way that anybody would have believed that, other than Lionel and those guys.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned something that we've mentioned on HBCU Coaches Corner, is that in that T-Jack, in order to do something that's never been done at Prairie View recently, he would have had to win the SWAC championship, because they had been twice with two different coaches to the SWAC championship. Am I selling Prairie View short when I say it's a non-traditional power?
Oh yeah, well no, that's facts. I mean that's fact. The last time they won a SWAC was 2009. You know what I mean? It's no secret. I mean, everybody knows the unfortunate tradition of Prairie View, the long losing streak. You know, just the pride that they had, you know, in the 50s and the 60s, and then, you know, Southern and Jackson State and Grambling, you know, just jumping ahead of them. So, I mean, this is nothing new. And again, but I think those people at Prairie View also know, and you know, I've always said this, Prairie View is a sleeping giant. I've always said that because you're down there in Texas with players. And again, if you get those guys to come back, you're going to be able to win. I mean, it's just it. You certain states just got players. So that's one of those things. Look at Eli Manning and Edrin James out there. Okay, so look at trying to think. Now who is this other? No, is that? That's what's Patrick Willis? Okay, from Ole Miss.
That's what I was about to say.
Patrick.
I think he works for the school, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And he retired. One thing about Patrick, he said, "Man, let me get out of here before I get CTE." He got out of there with all his mind together.
I think he's a super smart kid in college, and he had all those linebackers that came through with him. The white guy, Burrow, and him, they all got out early. You know what I mean? I forget the white linebacker that was with him during that time.
You know, this is, like I say, man, just an interesting game, you know, when you're looking at it. Because, like I say, you're talking about Ole Miss, explosive offense. You're talking to Miami. Hey, man, that defensive line with Bain and Mesidor, Malachi Tony, the freshman, like I say, explosive player. And, man, the bottom line is, what's Carson Beck going to do? This is a game that's what they brought him here for. What is he going to do? That's going to be very interesting.
You know, as I look at this game, this is kind of like, in my opinion, almost like the Jackson State Prairie View matchup. And I keep bringing HBCUs into this because, you know, this is what we promote.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is kind of that matchup, isn't it? A non-traditional power against a team with history and has a dominant pedigree. You know what I mean? This is it. This is the matchup. Now, I think the story of and you and I watched. I don't know if we did a watch party, but I know we were on text thread watching the Division II championship last year.
Yep.
And who would have thought that kid that was killing Valdosta State
Listen.
would be in this situation? Could you imagine that, man? Because we watched that kid dominate Valdosta State.
Yeah, we did. And it was shocking because you got to understand something. Valdosta was favored in that game. They came in there number one. And to see Trinidad Chat just go nuts it was unbelievable. Absolutely. And there you go. Matthew says Miami 30. Okay, he got it 35-24. Okay. Put your scores in the chat. Let me know who you got. Let me know when your school starts, whatever school that you graduated, attended, or whatever. I want to know when school starts because I want to make some points about that, man. Listen, Rocky, I'm just excited. 2026, me and you are back talking football,
Absolutely.
man. A lot of things going on, man. We're going to have a lot of good people just going to join. Man, I'm going to tell you this was so funny, Rocky. I called all my boys from University of Miami. I tried to get a lot of my guys to come on, man, but everybody's doing watch parties or they down there in Arizona. So I might be able to get somebody to come on, a big superstar to come on after the game. He said, hey, Brother Steve, I'll let you know if we win, I might be able to come on. So we'll see. Man.
I got a guy in my phone that's really a 3-time Hurricane former first round pick. He might be at the game. He might be at the game because he works in media in Jacksonville. So I'm not sure if he is at the game or not. But I'm definitely, as you think about it, I definitely would. If we have a championship, if they make it, I may bring my man on. I may get my man on. I want to say he's a 2 or 3-time All-American and the first round pick of Bill Cowher as a Pittsburgh Steelers head coach. If y'all know who it is, I'll let y'all guess if y'all know who it is. But
so, Rocky, we're going to start off strength on strength, Ole Miss offense versus Miami's defense, setting the tone early.
Yeah. I think running the football is how Ole Miss should start this off.
Well, see, that's why you got to get Keywan Lacey, man, again, who has performed all year, led the SEC in touchdowns. Let's see, can they get him going? And guess what? They're throwing the ball right off the rip.
Yeah. That lets me know that they're probably going to try to control the rush by the quick game rather than trying to use the running game to control the rush.
I think that's exactly what you're going to see.
I also expect this game to also kind of start out like the Georgia game where Ole Miss has to kind of get into the game in order for them to kind of figure out what's going on when you talk about that defense. Because I think the speed and physicality of those defenses stunt those offenses early. If you have to get them, I guess, a little more fatigue or try to figure out what those defenses are trying to do to those offenses early in the game. Because physically, just like in the Georgia game, I think physically the Georgia team was dominant defensively. Now, they didn't have the individual performers up front like Miami does, but I think when you talk about just dominance, I don't think there'll be much. That dude must got a Achilles or knee.
Well, he just came back. This was one of their big defensive tackles that they were excited to have come back. He had been out for a couple of weeks and looks like he's already shaking his head. Yeah. He tried to give it a go.
In games like this, kids gonna try to give it a go, man.
You know, you got kids here, man. This is like I say for Miami that have been at Miami program been down, hadn't won a ACC championship, hadn't been to the playoff. All these kids, like I say, Miami kids know what this means for the University of Miami, what this could, propel them to be. So you got all these kids ready to put their heart out here to play in this game.
Yeah. If I'm Ole Miss, I'm not going to do anything risky because I want to see Carson Beck out there on the field.
I totally agree. You like you say, Rocky, fill them out. If, like I said, if there's a play to be had, to make it. Like I said, here they go. Oh, and he missed a block on that. He blocked him and then he tapped him. You gotta put your chest in him, Lacey. Oh man. Gotta put your chest in him. Wow. And that's that much, like I say, as you hear me say many times, that Florida fast. That what Miami was built on, those D lines that go all the way back to Howard Snellenberger. Nice punt. Nice. Oh. With the freshman Malachi Tony. And here goes Carson Beck, the $5 million man from the University of Georgia. That's exactly what he did. Hey, man, bring them down. Make the safeties linebackers, make the linebackers defensive ends. That was the Miami tradition. Yeah, we did in 1979. We sure did. That lets you know how good Florida A&M was. We were clearly the best team in the state of Florida. And this is one thing, too. Can Miami get their running game going? Yep. There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, man. My crazy Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Hey, Rocky, how do we make the chat subscribers only?
You have to go into the studio controls in order to do that. Scotty would have to do that inside his
Okay. All right, I'll figure it out. I got his login. We'll figure it out. Yeah, got a couple.
He would have to go into his studio settings.
Oh, okay.
His studio settings.
Okay. Well, we'll block him. I got him blocked. I see him coming in here trying to mess up our 2026. We're not gonna allow that to happen.
Yeah, no.
And here goes, like I say, Miami right off the rip, trying to get on the move. 1st and 10. First down. Now, the question is, what is Ole Miss defense? Can they get pressure on Carson Beck? That was the thing they had a problem with against Georgia.
So you look at that. That's a miss by Carson Beck right there. I don't know if you've seen that.
Oh.
That's just a miss, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that was a bad throw. And the thing about it, he didn't step in that throw right either. He kind of just threw it up instead of stepping into it. And if I'm Ole Miss, I'm already worried about that.
Definitely worried about that. But I think the more concerning thing is how well Miami's front line is able to push the reset the line of scrimmage.
Well, here's the thing about it. Miami's got a top 5 pick on that offensive line and 2 other guys that are going to go to the NFL. So that's the thing about it. Mario Cristobal, former offensive lineman, that's where he wanted to build that team, from the lines. And like I say, talking about a guy that played in Miami from 87 to 91, understands what part of those championship traditions, played for Jimmy Johnson, knows what it looks like. As Dennis Erickson knows how to build those Miami teams. Big 3rd and 8. A little bit short.
This is going to be the first big call of the game right here, I think. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, I think Miami's going to go for it.
Will they consider throwing the ball? I think running it 4th and 2 right here is the safe bet, but you got to realize, do you take a shot with Malachi Tony right here?
Well, I got to see the formation.
Open? Do you take a shot with
No,
Malachi Tony?
I'm not. Well, not this formation. I don't see them throwing this to Tony with this formation.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was no way.
Matter of fact, I'm with you, because not only did they had 8 in the box, but they also had a safety back look like deep to also maybe help on Malachi Tony as well. You know what I mean?
And this is when you see this big Miami offensive line, and what have we seen again over and over? Those offensive line that we've seen in some of the championship games we watched. Those offensive lines who've had the better offensive line wins the game. He said Carson Beck inherited a Ferrari. He's the weak link.
Well, I definitely think it's a Ferrari, considering, and the main thing is I think University of Miami, you can expect them in any year to have quality skill players. You know what I mean? But Absolutely. It's those 5 guys up front that I think kind of make this offensive team hard to stop. Those 5 guys up front is tough. They're going to be tough to stop. And I think the more they keep Chambers off the field is definitely going to help the defense.
Now that is the thing about what you just said there. Keep him off the field, allowing no defensive linemen to be nice and fresh and ready to go at him as soon as he comes out there. That's one of the things that he can. Really, and I'll tell you that.
Because he plays the game almost like a point guard. You know what I mean? And right. I think him being on the court, being able to, because he like I say, the game last week, he was sensational. And the way he was distributing the ball, the way he was delivering the ball, man, it was, and you don't want him to get in that flow of the game again, because he was almost unstoppable while he was in that flow.
No, this game is at Fiesta Bowl in Arizona. This is Fiesta Bowl. And this is Matthew brought another point. Here's another kid that once again played at Grambling, now playing linebacker at Ole Miss. It's one of those things that, man, you've seen a lot of talent. You've seen some kids. I just saw Golden Long from FAMU. He just signed with Coastal Carolina. We talked about the kids from Jackson State. The kid from Alabama State is going to, where is the kid from? Is he going to Arizona?
No. He's going to Texas Tech.
Texas Tech, right. Texas Tech. He's going to Texas Tech.
Morris is going to Boise.
Yep. You got Gillis from Delaware State. He's going to Arizona State. So, man, some opportunities for kids that we all watched the whole week.
Now, initially, this was feared by the HBCU fans, right? That kids would use this as a stepping stone to go to the next level. I personally don't see it as a bad thing.
You know what? I'm gonna talk about this after this play right here, because I've actually changed my mind on that. Because I think you guys remember the famous statement, I think it was on social media, when DT, the offensive coordinator, Alabama A&M, come to Alabama A&M, will develop you, and you could transfer on. And I just didn't like how that sounded, because it made it sound like junior colleges. But to me, again, I look at it revert. If it gives us more talented players to come to our schools, then I'll take that, and then we'll see what happens.
So I'll ask you this: if HBCUs are junior colleges, then what is Tulane? What is Memphis? What is
see,
UL?
well, here's the thing, and you're getting to my point. My next point: we all are now feeders. Well, and like I said again, remember, but see, here's the thing: it's only for the top kids because every kid is not going to be able to go
About
somewhere.
one kid on each roster.
Yeah. So my thing is, if we got kids that say, I can come to Jackson State, I can come to FAMU, I can come to Southern, and then their goal is to move up. Well, you know what? Come on to FAMU. And maybe you'll sit back and you know what? Maybe you'll say, I like FAMU and I want to stay. And then if the opportunity comes, at least I've had you because you have been a player to that level where you can move on, which means you produced at our level.
But you realize in this climate, you have to understand, just like not every kid will get an opportunity to go to the next level, there will be some kids that will stay. You understand? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Kids that will stay. And how about how about this, Steve? Rather than giving a ULM or a Louisiana Lafayette a try, they give Southern or Grambling a try because they know they're not bound to Southern or Grambling. But when they get there, that experience is so rich and the culture is so rich, they decide to stay. You know what I mean? And also another thing, Steve, and this is just what I think is more important about this, is that I think it's very important that in this climate that HBCUs get in front of every athlete they possibly can, whether it's 5-star or no star. They get in front of every athlete because guess what? That relationship you build during the high school recruiting process can reap dividends later on once they're in the portal. You know, and I think that's something that I think HBCUs have to start doing, is that they absolutely have to start recruiting all the kids, no matter what level the kid may be on. Why not give a kid who's a 5-star an opportunity to come to Southern for the weekend or Prairie View for the weekend? Why not?
Well, that's the whole thing. That was the Dion thing, is that you got to at least talk to the kids. Because again, remember, it reverses back around. The kid goes to the University of Miami. It doesn't work out. He's got a relationship with FAMU, comes to FAMU, and then resets. Like Marquise, look at Marquise Bell. That's what happened to Marquise Bell.
He was a bounce back. Marquise Bell was a bounce back.
He left the University of Maryland, came to FAMU, and now look at him, $14 million richer than the Dallas Cowboys because he's playing FAMU. Yeah, look at Ole Miss defense standing up. I didn't like that play right there. I think, to me, again, when you put that kid back there, you know what's going to happen. It's just going to be a play.
So, but also,
yeah, that was a bad play call.
No, Steve, that is a play call protecting your quarterback. Because
go ahead.
Because look at the 2 passes he threw. One, he missed the guy, and the other one he threw behind the running back.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, like I told those guys when we had that, if Carson Beck is gonna play average, they're not gonna win. And I'm gonna say this again: you can't be in these type of games and play average. If they're already nervous about that, then University of Miami is in trouble. Because sooner or later, when you got a kid like Trinidad Chan, guess what he is going to do? He is going to make a play. You saw that at the University of Georgia. He's going to make a play. So my thing is, if you're already afraid that this kid can't make with 3rd and 3 and can't spread it out with Malachi and let him go one-on-one, then yeah, I got a problem with that already.
Well, I'll say this: they had a kid. They played against a kid in Texas A&M, Marcel Reed, who was a dynamic running quarterback, dual threat, and they were able to corral him and hold him to 10 points, and win the game, on the margins. Why can't they just, play for field goals and with the expectation that their defense can hold Chambers? You know what I mean? Like, I'm saying they can play it close to the vest until they don't have to. I'll just put it like that.
Yeah, guys, listen, trust me, if we could show the game, because listen, I would love to, but we don't want to get the channel suspended. These folks are really serious about that. What I usually tell people to do, and this is what it is, listen to us on YouTube. There's another channel actually showing the game. Do a split screen.
Yeah.
Get the good commentary for us, and then you can do it like that. So that's why I tell people all that. Trust me, there's a YouTube channel right now. I'm looking dead at it. I'm not going to put it in the link, but if you go find, they're showing the game. So do your little split screen and listen to the great commentary that what we got going on.
That he didn't want to turn down. He is the least most interesting man in the world. I don't know.
Yeah, but we had is he talking about Ahmad Hardy? Oh, Ahmad Hardy. Oh yeah. But no, Ahmad Miller is going to Syracuse, isn't he?
Going to Syracuse. And we got a connection, and I might be trying to get Coach Fred from Syracuse on the show. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Hey, has Coach Fred, the other Coach Fred, landed somewhere yet?
He has not to my knowledge. So, hey, listen, and I'm hoping Coach Fred might be able to join us. I sent him the link, so he might be able to join us after halftime.
Okay.
Oh, Derek said I'm watching, but y'all are ahead. Yeah, it depends on where you're at in part of the world, Derek, because I think Rocky's ahead of me a little bit.
And that's rare. That hardly never happens.
Yeah, I will say this, and shout out to S-Class Entertainment, kind of going what I'm thinking about. If you're a kid to that point, I think if I'm going to go, like you say, if I'm going to put everything, I'm not talking about the group of 5, high-level group of 5, but super low-level group of 5 or FCS, I think you do get more visibility. I think there are more avenues that talk about our players in HBCU realm. Look at Andrew Body and look at all the talk and all the press that he got. He got that because he was an HBCU football player at that level compared to other quarterbacks on this level. And again, if we keep getting better kids, people are going to start saying, look at the talent. Like I say, again, you look at Ahmad Miller, Jack State, that kid ran hard. That kid, I think that kid's going to be successful at Syracuse. I really believe it. I think he's going to do something at Syracuse. Yeah, nobody, right. Nobody shows them.
You know, here's my deal, Steve. From a marketing standpoint, I think the HBCUs and this is based on the history you guys have given us, for 50 years, it's been way too insular. What I mean by that, it's been treated as a niche product for just a certain group of Black people, right? When the appeal is so much greater to the overall culture. And I think the transient nature of college football now is essentially going to expose HBCU football to far more people than before, because some of the guys that are in Power 5 are going to be transferring to HBCUs and vice versa, right? What you're going to get is almost an on some level, I think the what do they call it? The cross marketing, marketing is gonna benefit HBCUs in a way that I don't think people really can conceive right now. You know what I mean? Because I can imagine at some point a player like a Andrew Body getting a national commercial because of his fame and notoriety in the HBCU space.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to go to a P5 or a group of 5 to do that. I believe from a marketing standpoint, he's more valuable in the HBCU space as a commodity. That's just my.
I 100% agree on that, because again, you can't say that this group, this HBCU realm, is not a powerful marketing opportunity for a lot of companies. I mean, they market us all day long. And when you got a kid and that's another thing too, right? We have not had since Shador, right, a flagship kid. And then before Shador, God knows we hadn't had a flagship kid probably
Steve McNair. You got to understand, Steve McNair was the flagship guy, and that goes back to what, 94, 93,
94. That's what I'm
So
saying.
between 94 and Shador, and let's be honest, Shador didn't have the longevity in the conference necessary to be as matter of fact, at the height of his fame, he transferred to a Power 5 school. You know what I mean?
Yep.
At the height of his fame. Had he been able to cultivate that fame for 4 years inside of HBCU football, and again, I just think nothing against Andrew going wherever he wants to go. I think Andrew has a tremendous opportunity if him and his family decides to stay in HBCU football.
So here we go, Ole Miss with the ball.
See, that quick passing game is how they're gonna try to control it.
And I'll tell you one thing too, Ole Miss playmakers gonna have to make these guys miss. That's the thing about it. They're gonna have to make, because they're not just gonna run past these guys from Miami. They're not gonna run past them. So they're gonna have to juke the guy and make these guys miss and see what goes on.
I think they're gonna have to run the quarterback, in my opinion. Yeah, they're gonna have to run the quarterback.
And there you go. Just you called it.
Yeah, they're gonna have to run
out the edge.
That guy was at LSU last week.
And I mean, that defensive line is eating.
Yeah, that was a bad pickup on the protection. They missed. The guard has to turn out on that guy.
And look at and Miami is blitzing.
Yeah. But the guard has to turn out on him. That's poor protection.
And I mean that hit is gonna hurt.
Oh, heck yeah. They not kicking it to Malachi, that's for sure.
No, you can't. You can't. You want to make them go down the field. Like I said, this is one of those games that could turn on a punt return, a kick return, especially with Tony.
Like to me, Miami can't get behind. Like Miami have, if they're gonna try to play like this, whose band is playing Skin? I'm in. Oh, it must be. I don't know who that is. See, y'all got them HBCU ears. I never listen to the band when I'm watching the game. I don't give a, but those HBCU ears, y'all listen to the sounds and try to figure out what the band is playing. That's almost.
Hey, man, we hear it, man. We hear it. We created it. Hey, man, once again, you got me and Rocky, HBCU Coaches Corner on the Off Strip channel, on the Rocky Mello channel, man. Watch party, University of Miami, the University of Mississippi, man. Trinidad Chambliss, formerly of Ferris State. We all saw him play. And we've got the University of Miami. Hey, man, I'm trying to see if they bring back you, man. We appreciate all you guys joining us, man. Happy New Year 2026. First broadcast of the year, man. Glad all you guys are here hanging out with us, man. Like I said, put in the chat who you think is going to win. Let me know when your school is starting. We want to talk about that because the portal is open. And these kids got to make a decision in the next 2 weeks. So let me know. Also, let me know if you got kids that have went in the portal and have come back. Let me know what kid has went to the portal, come back to school. And also let me know the kids that you've signed. We want to know what you got going on at your schools. I'll put that in the chat too.
Now, Steve, let me ask you this. What do you think makes a kid get in the portal, announce he's getting in the portal, and before the week's out, come back to his school? What do you think happening behind the scenes on things like that?
Well, I think it depends. If the coach is still there, then you had a kid that maybe wanted to see the opportunity for NIL. And the coach probably said, go out there and see. We'll welcome you back. Then you had a situation like FAMU where you got to talk to the coach to see if he even wants you back or you want to play for that coach. And then you come back. So I think those are the two things that you kind of looked at. But I think a lot of these kids, I'm going to be honest with you, just shouldn't have gotten in the portal, period. They should not have gotten in the portal And again, I think a lot of kids are playing a dangerous game, which we're going to find out because, again, there's a kid with Jackson State that all of a sudden he made a post. And I'm not going to talk about the post because I'm not talking about nothing negative, but I'm just using him as an example. He left Jackson State a couple of years ago. He ain't been on nobody else's team. And he's, hey, I'm ready to play. I'm ready to play. I'm ready to play. Maybe you should stay to Jackson State. Maybe you should stay to Jackson State.
So Steve, what do you think about a lot of the coaching moves that people may or may not be aware of? I believe Tony Hull is at Alabama State now, going from.
I think that is huge. I think that is a big pickup, considering that the offense Barnett goes over to North Carolina Central. I think Tony Hull. I think, of course, they're going to be more talented. Alabama State. Again, clearly they got a quarterback. Again, depends if Andrew comes back, and then you've got a superstar quarterback, or if you got Smoot, an upcoming quarterback. I really like that move for him. I think that, again, Alonzo Hampton doesn't have. I think his shelf life is not too much longer, to be honest with you. And he's done as best he could, but sooner or later he's got to win up there. They're going to make a change. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking to see what's going to be the first time that Carson Beck's when he gets to throw it down the field again.
Right.
This is first down. This is a great time for him to throw it. Let's see what they do here. They do it, and he almost gets Tony killed.
Woo! And he held on to it. Woo. Yeah, V-Man, I'm going to tell you that this is true. Yeah, some of these coaches are telling, hey, listen, some kids just don't fit the program anymore. Some kids are bad apples. Some kids are not doing what they're doing in the classroom. So again, there are kids I know for a fact that several of the SWAC schools that were told, hey, man, I just think this is not the place for you. And they had to get in the portal. That's 100% true. Branch, what we'll do, we're not going to take calls. What we're going to do, well, I'm going to put the link in the chat, and you can just come on that way. I'm going to drop that after the first quarter. Ooh.
Quick take on this one. Definitely defenseless player. Strong hit to the head neck area. This shouldn't take long.
Yeah, this is a call that I agree that it's targeting.
Yeah, but
I don't think it was intentional at all.
It wasn't. No, I'm with you on that. Again, it's the right call, but the intent was not targeting. Because he was trying to knock the ball down, but got there too late.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is targeting by definition, but that's not the spirit of
yeah, because he didn't lean with his head. It's just where his head landed. Yeah, Branch, we'll get you on.
They took. I'm glad they did that. That's awesome.
Yeah, because it was a target. He wasn't trying to. Just as they say, a bang bang play.
Well, he hit a defensive player in the head and neck area, but there's no way you could say that was intentional or purposeful. Carson Becky's first throw down the field was a tight one. That's holding.
Bring it back. If I'm going to score a road of glory, I'm rewriting the record books.
Hey, Steve,
man,
let me step away for a second.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
I'll be back.
Absolutely. Hey, man, listen, I've always been a proponent, man. Go where you can play, not where you look good. Go where you can play. Just gotta let him go. Yeah, that hurts. Ole Miss with that bend but don't break defense, not letting anything get behind them. What's going on, B Field 1914? Hey, man, Happy New Year, man. Listen, we are here, HBCU Coach's Corner, doing a watch party, man. Gotta see what the big boys are doing, man. You know, bringing in the new year, man. Everybody was kind of chilling. So let's do a watch party. Let's get everybody together. You know, kind of, you know, talk in the chat like we always do. We have a lot of great topics that people are bringing up in the chat that we're going to have people come up and talk about, man. So appreciate you being here. Ooh, that's a backwards pass. That was dangerous. That was dangerous. That guy was a little bit close, could knock this block off. Can Ole Miss defense stand up and get out the field? 3rd and 9. Three nothing Miami. The Ole Miss defense trying to keep them out the end zone. Hey, the Ole Miss offense has started off slow. Defensive line blitzing, kind of got Trinidad Chalmers in a straitjacket. We'll see if he can get out of that. Oh, wow. Just a little bit of bend. I guess Ole Miss said they were in the red today. They had the powder blue on down to the Sugar Bowl. And here we go. Big 3rd and 14. Wow. Miami said they're going to make this a defensive game. Miami's going to have to punt. Hey, man, as we're talking about again, let me know who the players that you guys have signed for your schools. Let me know the kids that have come back. Let me know the kids that have actually left. Put it in the chat. Talk about Southern. You got a new coach, man. He's doing a lot of recruiting high school kids, starting to see some commitments in the portal. What do you guys think so far? What's going on in Southern? T-Jack rebuilding down there at Prairie View. Yeah, I agree. I think this is one of those ones you're going to have to play field position until somebody breaks through their branch. And again, Miami can play this type of game. You remember they played this type of game against Texas A&M, but that defense just said, hey, we're just going to keep you out the end zone. So Miami can play this type of game. Ole Miss, this is not the type of game they want to play. They want to get this score. I think Ole Miss, University of Mississippi, wants to get in a shootout. They do not want to have this kind of 17, 14, 17, 21 type game. And Keywan Lacey, who just got a big deal to come back to Ole Miss for NIL, just can't get it going so far. Jump outside University of Miami. We got
Ole Miss trying to go with some tempo. Usually you don't get the tempo really cranking until you get a first down. We haven't seen a first down yet. That's a big part of this game plan tonight for what Ole Miss wants to do with campus. Is run the football, take it off the campus. You don't have to do everything. But get those first downs and crank the tempo up to neutralize that dominant defensive line. You want to tire them out by going.
Just
dominating the line of scrimmage and time of possession. The lead is 3-0. You're watching the Rebels basketball.
hold on, guys. Jump back. Look like I kind of got. Let's see here.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network, so you can watch the game together, even when you're away.
There we go. Yeah, a little bit of reboot on there on the computer. Hey, man, tight game so far. Defensive battle, offensive on neither side. It looks like the kids are trying to figure out what's what, man. HBCU Coaches Corner, Ole Miss, University of Miami watch party, man. Appreciate you all you guys joining us. Man, let us know what you think so far about the game. Let us know what's going on at your school. How's your new year been going on? Hey, man, we're here just to have a good time, just relax, man. Just talk a little bit of things that's going on, man. We're going to talk a little bit about Andrew Body, what's going on with him. He's taking some visits, kind of showed that on his social media. We've got a couple of kids that have moved on to the Power 5 level, from Delaware State, from Jackson State. Kid from FAMU going to Coastal Carolina. So, let's just kind of talk about it. And then, hey, man, just glad that you guys are here. Appreciate you guys being here, and we're going to have a really good time. Yeah. That's what they want to do. But they want to get them in those third and longs. That's the thing about it. They want to get Miami behind the chains. And I think that so far, they kind of started to move in that direction. Hey, man, we'll be dropping the link in the chat on the second quarter, man. Come on up, talk to us. Let us know what's going on. What do you think about the game? What do you think about what's going on with your school? Man, Mr. Campbell just checking in. Got Rocky. He'll be right back and everything. Got a couple of people that join us a little bit later on. But, we are here talking about the game. Hey, man, 2026 is here, man. Guess what? Basketball. Got my man Herb. We're going to be talking about basketball coming up. So, man, everything is going great. Big basketball game, I think, tonight. FAMU and Grambling. Coach Query comes back to Tallahassee. I think that game, I don't know if that's the girls play tonight or the boys, but let me check that out. See what's going on SWAC TV while we're talking here. Oh, so you got Grambling women playing FAMU and Jackson State women playing Alabama A&M. It looks like Southern's women. Okay, so the women play on Thursday. I think that's what it is. So Southern and Bethune-Cookman, Pine Bluff, and Prairie View, and those are the women that are playing right now. So it's the women playing tonight. Here we go, 2nd and 3. There you go. Here we go. Can he get it? And that is the first big play. There we go. Keywan Lacey, their big NIL back with the big run. 73 yards. That's what they needed. They needed their two superstars to make a play, and the first one did it. Keywan Lacey, a kid that they thought was going to come to LSU, got that money, said he's coming back to the University of Mississippi with the big play. There is Big Chuck, Mr. Google in the house. Don't miss with their touchdown chain. Bad angle. Lazy boy. It ran out of gas about the 15-yard line. Hey, keep me abreast of the score on that, guys, for the women's game. Drop those scores in the chat. Big touchdown. And it looks like it's an all University of Mississippi crowd. A lot of red out there. And folks say they're going to make all these trips to the game because they might not never see this again. Yeah, that is a big, big, big crowd. Home field advantage right there. The last time University of Mississippi won a championship, I think, was 1963. And I think that was a split championship with somebody. That is the last time. And that is the last time. And they have not won the conference in the championship era ever. And I don't think they've ever played in the conference championship in the championship era. So the playoffs actually worked out for them. Shout out to Fort Myers in the house. My homegirl Garland from Fort Myers, my freshman sister, FAMU cheerleader. Who's up 55-54 in that? Oh, is that Grambling girls? I guess when you say good, I'm saying that's Grambling. Yeah, here come Miami with their running attack. Well, FAMU, okay. Frank, you said last time they won the conference in 68? Okay. Miami, can they get their running game going? Tony in motion. Oh, that might be interference. Yes, sir. Didn't even need to do that. Did not even need to do that. That'll be a first down. Oh, before hey, yeah, keep us updated. Thank you, V-Map. Thanks, man. Appreciate all you guys keeping us updated with the scores and all the information. You guys have always done it all year long. We appreciate it. Yeah, he didn't need to do that at all. Go. Carson Beck does not have it early in this game. And I don't know. I'm not going to say he's nervous. He played too many games to be nervous. Oh man, listen, listen up there in that grove, those rednecks, man, and all them white boys with the same haircut and them pale white girls, absolutely. they're going to lose their mind. But it looks like the whole state of Mississippi is down there in Arizona, to be honest with you. I don't know if there's anybody left at the Grove up there at the University of Mississippi. I think what has happened right here, and I think this is S-Class, I think what happened is I think Ole Miss has finally seen the speed of the game, and now I think they kind of said, hey, you know what, we got to speed up a little bit. And I think now everybody knows what the speed of the game it is. Great observation, though. This is the thing about it. Miami's going to have to get another guy involved in the offense on the wide receiver side. Yeah, just missed the shot. It is in Oxford, Mississippi. S-Class is not too far from Memphis. So University of Mississippi is in North Mississippi. Yeah, Oxford, again, the history is known. Again, that town was, like I say, again, you had people from Jackson that did not go up there to Oxford. You did not see a lot of people. That's why you saw Jackson State really be a dominant. They got all the kids basically from Jackson on down. And in that Delta, a lot of kids didn't go up to the University of Mississippi. Even now for college, they still don't go. VMAP with the score update. Thank you. Can Coach Pressure pull this big win that she needs? Save her job. 3rd and 7. Ole Miss, those guys in the secondary are hitting.
From the front side to the back side.
Nice throw by Beck. Yeah, Lofton take a shot. Nope. And big timeout.
You see the explosiveness of this offense. So is it premium on these possessions? He wants to keep it a low possession game. That makes ones like this are crucial.
Yeah, good decision there. He didn't like what he saw.
Yeah, it's good coaching right there because that was about to be a disaster.
Get game ready for the college football playoff with a $9.99 haircut coupon from Great Play.
Hey, man, appreciate you, man. Hey, man, it's Mr. Campbell. HBCU Coaches Corner, watch party tonight, 2026, first show of the new year. Coming on the Off Script channel, coming on Rocky Miller channel, man. Appreciate you guys joining us, man. Just kind of hanging out. Want to do something, watch the game with you guys, see what you guys are talking about. Getting ready to drop that information so you can come on up and let us know what you got going on for the new year, what you think about transfer portal, what you think about these playoffs, what you think about anything. We're going to talk about it all tonight. Hey, listen, Frank, that's one thing about it. And again, I saw somebody talk about Louisiana, but Mississippi is right behind when you talk about producing talent. And that, again, you got a lot of talented kids in that state of Mississippi. And that's why, you've seen, again, which is interesting, those kids going up to the University of Mississippi when they would go to the Alcorns and Jack States and Valleys. Got a lot of trolling, but you can be blocked with no problem.
As a host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This is no spa. No getting, no fun.
Hey, man, you got also the NFL playoffs going on. Hey, let's talk about that too. What do you guys think about Jim Harbaugh getting fired? You heard some things, an interesting article that was written about, talked about Lamar Jackson. Did him and Jim Harbaugh fall out? Who's going to be the new coach? Who's going to be the new coach at Cleveland? Is he going to look at Shedeur Sanders and say that's the quarterback that we need? Looks like a power struggle between the GM that wanted Shedeur drafted versus Kevin Stefanski. It looks like the GM won, and it looks like the owner said, hey, I'm going to back the GM. So I think that's interesting. What do you guys think about that? Let's talk about it. What happened to that guy, Chris, guy from Ole Miss, who used to debate with you from Ole Miss? I don't know. I got Mike. You say he was from Ole Miss. A guy. Oh, did he play at Ole Miss? Was talking crazy. I don't know. I think, Coach. Hey, it's early where Coach Cole's at. It's only 5:40, so Coach is just not getting off of work. He might be able to join us. Yeah. Hey, man, but I'm going to tell you now, it's like the money. They are paying big money up there at Ole Miss. And, I mean, as you can see, Trinidad Chalmers, they talk about he getting north of $4 million. Lacey might be getting $3 million. Those guys are spending money, man, and money talks. Yeah, fam, you pull 18 seconds, boy, I'm trying to tell you, they must be doing a lot of fouling. Golly. Here we go, 2nd and 6 with Miami. You got to give my Ole Miss's defense credit. They're playing well. Got a speed disadvantage, but they are playing and right there with guy, and they're not letting Malachi Tony get crazy on. Yeah, I don't think it's anything. I think it's a different time. You know what I mean? It is. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I mean, you're getting revenue share, which is $100,000+. You're getting NIL money. You're playing in the SEC. I mean, it's a different time, so I totally understand it. Oh, big play by the freshman. Let me tell you something for all my people. Malachi Tony, I thought, got a lot of that Santana Moss in him. That's who he reminds me of, that Santana Moss. Got to make that tackle right there. Miami in the red zone. And here comes that offensive line pushing. What you know about Santana Moss, Fly Great Street? What you know about them boys from 2000? Man, what is going on here, man? Golly, boy. 11 seconds. This last 20 seconds has been 20 minutes. Oh, yeah. I have no idea. You know what? I have no idea, Mike. I don't. That's a good question. Yeah, you know what? And now I'm thinking, right. Yeah, that was a while back. Yeah, he disappeared. I guess, he couldn't deal with that HBCU education that we showed. But I do remember who you're talking about. Pete Golden, the former defensive coordinator, not a head coach at Ole Miss. Seeing against Miami's offensive coordinator, this weekend, can they make a stop right at big 3rd and 2? Wow. Okay, big win for my girl, Coach Gordon. Yep. First down. Look at Mom. Nice drive by University of Miami. Trinidad Chandler sitting on the sideline. Oh, he slipped. Hey, guys, appreciate you coming and watching, man. HBCU Coaches Corner doing a little bit different. Watching some FBS football. University of Miami versus University of Mississippi. Semifinals. Team that wins plays for national championship in Miami, which will be very interesting if people remember those old days when Miami would win those national championships in the Orange Bowl. Can they bring back that type of history? University of Mississippi, never been this far. First time in the playoffs. Can they bring a, as they say, a national championship during the integration era? Got a big game tomorrow, but then there's a touchdown, Miami. Big drive by Miami. Big drive by Miami. And capped it off with it. Was he down? No, touchdown. There you go. Got us a good game right here. Getting ready to drop the link in, man. Listen. Let me drop this link right here because it is the second quarter. There's a StreamYard link, man. If you want to come on up, hang out with me a little bit. Tell me what you think about the game. Tell me what you got going on at your school. Tell me about what your school is recruiting. If your school has a new coach, tell me what you think about the new coach. We know FAMU's got a new coach. Got a press conference tomorrow that we're super excited about. You know, let me know what you got going on. Tell me about the players that you've recruited. Tell me about the players that have left. You know, just come on, jump on in. Sorry, trolls, you're not gonna get it. I got the button on lock. Spam this chat all you want. You're gonna be blocked. What did you guys think? Did any of you guys watch the FCS national championship game? That was a great game. Had a great ending. You know, I had a question. Somebody asked me which game did I like better, the Celebration Bowl or the FCS championship game. I just got to say, I think both games were great, but I'm just trying to tell you, the way the Celebration Bowl ended, you ended it on a play, and you also ended on a controversial play. I think that just made it a little bit different. The ratings looked like they were the same. I think both viewers were the same. I think both got 2.3 million viewers. So now we don't have to hear, oh, well, they had more viewers. So I'm glad I didn't have to hear that foolishness because some people like to run with that narrative. So you know what? You know, good for FCS, good for the Celebration Bowl. And then you see several of those kids that play for Illinois State, play for Montana State, that those guys. Oh, there we go. Hey, Al, I'm going to bring JB up first. Give me a second. Hang on. There he is. Brother
What's
Brad,
up? What's up, Bishop? How you doing, sir?
What's going on, man? You sit back like you're relaxing, man. Happy New Year
I'm trying to, bro. First of all, before I make my main point, I just got the phone with my aunt and whatnot. My mom, let's say a quick prayer. They found a lesion on one of her kidneys.
Okay,
so
wait. On your aunt?
No. On my mother's kidney and stuff. On my mother's kidney, yeah. So,
okay.
So we're hoping it's benign, so definitely prayers up to, I need y'all support, man. Like just in case, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, listen, we are one family, man. Please put out prayers to Mama Branch, man. You know, we all in this together, man. Like I say, absolutely prayers to your mother. Like I say again, I know she raised you, so she got to be a strong woman because you give us hell in these chats. So we're going to pray for Mama.
And she's also an HBCU grad, also graduated from Flanders Smith College at Flanders Smith University, Little Rock, Arkansas. So she's one of us also. Yes.
Well, we definitely put prayers up for her. Absolutely. So, Brad, what you got, man? Talk to me.
Okay, so there was a narrative that I saw in the chat, and that needs to be addressed, Bishop. And I'm sorry, but this needs to stop. Okay, the narrative of people, quote unquote, stealing players from HBCUs, and we don't want to be a farm system, stuff like that. In case y'all have not been paying attention, if you're not a P4 program, I'll rephrase: if you are not a select P4 program, you are, in not so many words, a feeder school. G5, you are a JUCO or feeder pattern. FCS programs, HBCU, PWI, whatever, you are a feeder program. You're treated as a JUCO. Okay, Bishop, you just mentioned the championship game. What's the guy, Dylan Lord? Wide receiver from Illinois State. He went for like 11, $160. He was a walk-on. He's about to get paid.
Yeah.
That's what's in the kid Taco from Montana State. If he transfers, he's going to get paid too. So it's like we need to stop acting like, and I get it, we used to say, okay, well, they used to steal HBCU treasure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that, and I got it. I really, really do. But in today's era of college athletics, if you ball at an FCS program, if you're like that, because I think what's in the guy that just scored for Miami, I think he was a transfer from North Dakota State. I guess one of those guys. So it's like, if you ball out, you're going to transfer. You're going to enter the portal. You're going to move up. It's going to happen. So I think so. If people talking about something, okay, well, we need HBCU need to protect our people. It's not an HBCU problem. Everyone deals with this. So the notion of people stealing HBCU talent, that really needs to stop, because it's intellectually dishonest. It really is, because it happens every day.
Right. Well, I think what people are saying is, and I think it's more with heart than mind. We want our kids to stay, because I believe, and I think this is, I'm not speaking for the person, but I think what it is that we've seen our kids, again, historically, be able to get to the NFL.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
what I think when people say, if you stay with us and develop, then you can get to the NFL just as well if you go to a low-level group of 5 school and stuff like that. But again, it's a different world, man. And I understand. I come from the old world. Again, I saw Andrew Bynum, and again, we'll see what Andrew. I'm hearing rumors that Andrew might be coming back. And I told everybody, I said, man, that probably be the best thing for him, because of what he has done and the money that I think that he'll generate just by being who he is. But I think what it is more that we want to see our kids stay. Like Amon Miller, I think it's great for him to go to Syracuse. I mean, Travis Terrell is going to get revenue share like $130 from Purdue, and he's getting $50,000 NIL. That boy's about to make $200,000. I cannot be mad of him leaving. You know what I mean? So this is just a new world that we live in. But what I'm saying now is the other side of it is, if that's the case, then let's flip it. You can come here. You can see that we have the ability to develop you. And if you choose to leave, then you leave. If not, you still stay. Because what people were saying is that the competition wasn't even good enough for you to leave. But now we're showing that's not true. And we're showing that the talent has the ability to be on the Power 5 level. So,
and real talk, I think it's worse if, say, for example, if you were SWAC all world, and if no one wanted you, that's, I think you're right, Bishop. That would be bad. It's like, it's one of those things where it's like, if we think, we say, hey, our stuff is good, we're the greatest, but it's like, if a G5 or higher level FCS school didn't want you, then it's like, okay, how good are you really? But it's like the fact, if other like P4 or other schools want you, then you're right, we got time. Because once again, look at your boy Chandler tonight. He was at D2 Ferris State, murking folks for a couple of years. Guess what? He's playing the national semifinal. So guess what? We both said this, Bishop. There is talent at these schools. But I think you're right, though. It's like, and once again, the old guard says, we want to stay there because one guy told us, okay, well, if we break all these records. Now, y'all remember Lindsey Scott broke all kind of records at Incarnate Word. Before him, Eric Barrier broke records at Eastern Washington. Those guys did not get drafted. So you can have records as one thing too, but it's like, where you go to school, and I hate to say it like this, that matters today. So it's like, and I get it, it's a personal thing. It's a pride, it's a heart thing. I understand that, but we can't make this personal. It's not a personal thing. It's just
I think those two guys you named, and you correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
But what was their size? Because then I can say, look at Cam Ward and look at Shador, who were bigger guys. I think were bigger than both of those guys, because I know one of those guys was 5'11".
I think Lindsay. I think EB3 and Blue's in the chat also. Wasn't EB3 like 5'8", 5'9", something like that?
So see,
and I think Lindsay
has
was
a
like
lot to do
6'1",
with.
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So you still got to have the measurables. You know what I mean? You still got to have the measurables. So and then Blue's talking about Taco. It was so funny. I saw Taco. He trying to get an NIL deal with Taco Bell. He was like,
That's
"Yo,
smart.
Taco Bell, what's up?"
That's smart. That's very, very smart. I do that too when I was in. First thing like Taco, why not? But yeah, I mean, it's like it's always with this. I think the FCS was a big winner here because the Celebration Bowl got 2.3, FCS title game got 2.3 million viewers. I think that FCS football is good football, whether it's an HBCU championship, FCS national championship, whatever. People are tuning in, and the cool thing is, Bishop, the casual fans tuning in. The casual fans who just like football as a whole, they're watching games. So it's like a point that Rocky made earlier to Insular. If you're bringing people in who just want to watch a good game and stuff, they like it. All of us are going to get better in the meanwhile. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Blue. Very good. Oh, even through 6'1"? Oh, wow. Okay, I thought he was shorter than that. My bad. Yeah. Thanks, Blue. I think that FCS football is nowhere to go but up. And I know that this question came up earlier about non-conference schedules. PV got two home and homes. I know it's a different schedule. My bad, bitch. I'm gonna get off for a little bit. But which one do you think will be the bigger game? Do you think that PV playing at Tarleton or home against SFA? Which one is bigger?
I think the better chance to win is the home game, but the game that I want them to win is the Tarleton game.
I agree.
That's the game that you want to show, at least if they lose, that it was a dog fight and that you showing that the talent gap, because again, you're recruiting against these guys.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
That was my next point.
And I'll tell you another thing too, because Texas, again, is such a big state. You got so many FCS schools. You don't have a lot of that. Like, there are no other FCS schools in the state of Mississippi other than HBCU. You know what I'm saying? Even in Florida, all those schools that were FCS, they done moved up.
They all moved up. Yeah.
Even in Alabama, the FCS schools have moved up.
Correct.
So Texas is very interesting. Louisiana, a lot of FCS schools, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why you want to see Southern beat those type of teams. So those are two states that are very interesting that you can make headway where you can beat those schools because there are a lot of FCS schools in both of those states.
Correct.
I'm going to bring Al from Detroit. I'm going to bring my boy Al. Brother Al, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey,
what's going on,
Al? What's going on, man?
First off, man, Happy New Year to you, Coach. I definitely want to send up prayers to the gentleman's mom. Pray that the Lord would touch her, man, heal her and restore. I definitely want to do that. Hey, but I think he hit on a good point, man. Coach Jackson got a good chance to really make inroads. And I don't think a lot of these young guys realize that, man, everybody getting poached, man. Ohio State, you know how many players left Ohio State? About 12 people are gone. So, I mean, I see the people in the chat. I feel you, but we live in a different age. And this is something we have never seen before. And I would say this, and to your guest, he made a good point. Look how many historically black college players are going to P. That guy going to Texas Tech, man, he got a bag. I'm letting y'all know.
Oh, yeah.
The guy going to he got a bag. I'm just letting y'all know he got a bag. I just want people to realize my thing is, but if Andrew Body does come back to Alabama State, I would say this, that would give more attention to HBCUs, and that's an opportunity that they need to capitalize on. And y'all been saying it over and over. How are these conferences trying to line up to give a product, man? Because y'all got something that a lot of other conferences don't have. Y'all got your own network? You got HBCU Go. I mean, come on. I get the ESPN how they doing. I'm not a real big fan of that, but you guys have more to offer than a lot of these other conferences, man. Even schools like in the MAC don't offer what historically black colleges offer. So I'm just trying to figure out, how can we just make it a better product and make people really buy into it?
Hey, Bishop, can I answer this one first?
What say, JB?
I see. Mind if I jump in?
Go ahead.
Jump in first. Okay, cool. I think, Carl, I always say,
yes.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the well wishes from Mom. I greatly appreciate it. I think you hit on something, man. HBCUs, we have a lot to offer. We have more than most of our schools do. My biggest gripe, and Bishop knows this about me, I just want the on-field product to get better. If the on-field product gets better, all those things will take care of itself. If T-Jack messes around and beats Tarleton and SFA next year, we're having a different conversation. If these schools actually win outside the conference, the one thing I'm waiting on, though, and I hope it comes soon, no SWAC team has won an FBS game since 1985.
Okay.
If we get those FCS power wins and an FBS program win, now some people say, okay, we don't care about the stuff. Well, if you're trying to increase the notoriety and stuff of HBCUs, you need those wins. You need those games. You have to get those. You have to get them. I mean, those wins got to come from somewhere. You get one of those two of those wins, then we have a different conversation. Because then the Celebration Bowl becomes, okay, picture 2 top 25 teams playing in the Celebration Bowl. That's a different kind of buzz you're going to get versus just a culture piece of it. Because it's not just a culture piece, you're now getting actually good football teams nationwide. Not just good MEAC teams, not just good SWAC teams, not just good HBCU powerhouse teams, but good powerhouse teams have to be HBCUs. That's the conversation that I think this had to turn into eventually.
But it can't happen, though. You know the reason why? Because with all of the turnover and a lot of kids, some get missed because there's not enough spots and everybody getting a transfer report. This is an opportunity. But I will tell you all this.
Everywhere, though. That's
everywhere.
I
know it's everywhere. But what I'm saying is, especially in the SWAC got to get as good as how I would say South Carolina State and how Coach Barry is in terms of identifying talent. Because if you notice, he's been hitting home runs since he got to South Carolina State. How many guys he got that transfer that was able to come and play for him? That's where I'm telling you, if you can get somebody who can really find that talent and develop it, you see what I'm saying? Because that's really where it's at. Because it's a lot of talent. Because think about it. You all talked about. Did you know that the backup quarterback at Ferris State it just went to LSU? The backup quarterback.
Really?
Yeah, go look. He signed. That's why I'm saying it's talent everywhere, but it's all about how you develop. And that's the reason why I think I like Tremaine Jackson, because I think he has a formula, he stands by it, and he develops the players that he's looking for. And I think if more coaches had that kind of mindset, and I think some of these institutions are really doing, because let's be honest, Coach Campbell, Southern trying to let you know, they don't want to. What happened last year, it can't happen next year.
Oh no, they listen. When I say they are all in, they are all in. And again, and you gotta understand something, man. Listen, when you're Southern, and again, your two main rivals, Grambling and Jackson State, and again, their rival with Grambling is a home thing. That Jackson State is more like who's prettier rival. You know what I'm saying? You got a big car, I want to have a big car type rivalry. So they're not gonna sit back there and just let Jackson keep getting ahead of them and not try to do the same thing. So you're going to see them, they're putting all their chips in the middle of the table, saying we're going all in. Tony Clayton is already dropping money. I've already heard that potentially that Marshall Faulk got at least 10 people that they're coming up with $1 million. You know, again, that's just a word on the street. That's going to go right directly to the football program. So, man, yeah, this is the thing that you got to see. But I think what's important and what Branch talked about is about being competitive in these games. Because I'm going to say this, and it just, again, and I'll just use Illinois State. I'm not going to, because, again, the Montanas, those are flagship schools.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked. But let's be keep it a buck. If anybody is going to tell me that Illinois State is a better school than any school in the SWAC, I'll smack you. I'm talking about just academically.
I agree.
There's no way.
That's true. I agree with
Illinois State.
So yeah, I mean, that's not even the flags. That's not even the flagship
that's
school.
Not even that's not even the second, third, or fourth. You know what I'm saying?
They're fighting with SIU, West Illinois, East Illinois for fun.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Way. So you're talking about Illinois.
You got Northern Illinois. I mean, it's a lot of different schools there. So yeah, most definitely.
So that's what Bob. I've always said it is when I see these directional schools that, like Dick Vitale say, that we can't be better than those. Why are we not? Those kids at Illinois State, and again, I know sometimes. They talk about the facilities and things like that. But my thing is, again, if I see a kid at Illinois State, I want to know why. And because if I'm Jack State, FAMU, Southern, Grambling, Prairie View now, Alabama State, I'm like, bro, you come here. We're going to give you the same thing, and you're going to get a better education. Because the education is just better. And it's you're not. And again, I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm just talking about the facts.
Bishop from Western Carolina, from Miami, who went up there, broke all those records. I wonder how many people from Fam, Cookman, whoever even said hello to him.
Yeah,
he should not leave South Florida, I think Northwestern, and go all the way up to Western Carolina. That's
just crazy. So that's my thing, is that we got to put ourselves in an opportunity to get these kids, because we do have something to offer. Because again, the kids come and they're like, oh wow, this is a great thing. So, you know, again, people talk about what we don't have. I like to talk about what we do have.
We have a lot.
Man, well, before I get off, Coach Hamlin, to your guest, I just think people just need to value what historically black colleges offer. You know, like I said, I didn't go to a historically black college, but I know so many people who have. My friend right now, his daughter got accepted to go to Howard. So
nice.
I know people, man, and like I said, I got cousins that all went to Howard. I got a cousin right now, Spellman. I got another young lady that I was cool with at my job, is down there at your neck of the woods in FAMU, and she loves it. She coming into her last year. So what I want people to realize, you have something to offer. And guess what? You already have a niche of people who already support you. All you got to do is build on it. And as your guest said, that Celebration Bowl, think about it. That had more viewership than some of the bowl games afterwards. So
absolutely.
And it was a better game.
Yeah, definitely. It showed about the viewership. I guarantee you, when they play the game over the summer about some of the best college football games, that game is going to probably be one of the ones that ESPN play. So I'm going to leave it at that. You guys have a great one.
Yeah.
My brother Al, man. My brother Al from Detroit, man. Always checking in on us, man. Appreciate it. This is what I'm talking about, man. We got a big family, man. Shout out to the 313 up there to Detroit, Michigan, man. Brother Al always come checking in, supporting us, man. This is what we're talking about, man. So listen, man. You guys, like I say, come on up, man. Like I say, you ain't got to show your face. You know, put up what you want to talk about, man. We here just having a good time, man. This is what this is all about, man. It's all
Bishop,
about.
can you go back to that previous comment that you had up there about the defeatedness? Can you go back to that comment for a second?
Yeah.
I didn't want to address that.
Let me see. I got to find that. There we go.
Okay. And S class, I mean, what was that? My bad. 5. Was that S or 5 class? I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, I think that's S class.
Okay, S class. Brother, I agree with you 10,000%. We got to quit this low confidence shit and defeatedness. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But check this out, though. That also goes to how we schedule. Now, I'm going to give a true story on this, Bishop. This actually happened to my mama, Bethune Cookman. I think in 2010, we went 10-1. I think our only loss was to y'all in the class of that year. That was the year, I guess, like when the quarterback broke his collarbone and whatnot. Once 10-1, we on the high horse, right? We got a first round bye. Won the MEAC, got a first round bye, hosted New Hampshire in week 2 of the playoffs. I was at the game in Daytona. They beat us 45-20. And I'm like, okay, what the hell happened, right? Because first we were saying, so Elgar says, okay, well, they probably cheated us, stuff like that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, first of all, they didn't cheat us. They out schemed us, executed us. Those things happen. So then I did some digging, right? That year, we went 10-1, right? Non-conference schedule, 2 D2 HBCUs. New Hampshire, they played Pitt, and they beat 3 top 10 FCS programs. We were not ready for that kind of smoke. So we can have a record that sounds wonderful, but I think that something what gets in our way is that we're afraid of losing. Now, after that game that happened to us, right? First, Jenkins says we got to play tougher opponents. Guess what happened after that, Bishop? 2011, we played our first ever FBS game against University of Miami. They beat us 45-7. I talked to some of our players afterwards. They said, John, you saw in their players' eyes, they were afraid. Not our guys, their guys. Because the guys got that confidence to say, you know, we can't play with these people. We can't play with these folks. 2 years later, we got our first FBS win against FIU. Beat the brakes off them. Second year, 2004, played them again, beat them again. So it's one of those things where it's like the confidence is there, but we can't be afraid of what someone's going to say about us if something doesn't go the way we want it to go. We can do this. Is it low confidence? I don't believe in low confidence. That only happens when you don't want to see because you're afraid of what someone's going to say about you. So I think, and once again, Bishop, like I said earlier, we have a lot more than what FCU schools have. But do we really want it bad enough? That's the question I have. Do we want it bad enough?
Yeah, I think, again, every school is different. You know,
Absolutely.
you look at the, like I said, the MEAC schools, because again, they have to play a lot of our conference games. They've been successful.
Sure.
You know what I mean? South Carolina State. You seen I look at how well Delaware State played against people. You look at Central, don't miss getting a victory. You know, I think the thing about it with the SWAC, again, the amount of schools, traditions, sometimes they get in the way of scheduling. Like, again, I can't be mad when people say, oh, why did Jack State and Southern schedule our conference? Because of Jack State and Southern. They're going to play. I mean, I don't care what number they're going to play. That's Jack State and Southern. Mm-hmm. So you got to look at it, compare that. But again, for somebody like Prairie View, that again has the ability to schedule those type of schools that can get a home and home,
mm-hmm.
which is key, because again, I've talked to people too, because a lot of those schools they want like Jack State. Jack State, like, listen, we'll do a home and home, but you come here first. And
mm-hmm.
I'm not mad at them, because for them it's a financial calculation.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we go and then you don't come back, then you screwed us, and then we don't lost money. So
mm-hmm.
again, I think each school has the ability to pick and choose what's best for them. But I think for me, the biggest thing starts about actually recruiting players.
Yes, you can't be afraid. Yes, we talk about Christian Watson all the time. No way in hell he should have went from Tampa to North Dakota State. That's not what happened. Not at all. But once again, do we even target those guys? I hope with the confidence that, I hope with the confidence that, like I said, the confidence and whatnot, that we're able to start going after some of these players. I hope we could say, hey, you know what? We got a lot to offer too. Because we're beating FIU for recruits. Guess what? Back during that time, we flipped about a few of their guys because like, hey, why want to FIU? We beat them. So come play for us instead. You know, so it's like, I think we can do the same thing. And once again, go after the kids. The worst thing you can do is tell you no, but at least try.
Absolutely.
This is fun, dog. Bishop, we got the lead back, 17-10, bro. I'm happy.
Yeah, big play, big bomb, 52-yard bomb to Marion from Carson Beck, about to go into the halftime. Hey, man, listen, I'm going to drop the link in the chat, man. Come on up. Again, you don't have to show your face. Come on, tell us what you got going on at your school. Tell me what you think your school is going to go do. Shout out to Blue Jay 3000. Hey, man, HBCU national champs. Hey, 1-0. That's my guy.
Yo, Blue Jay, I heard y'all got smoke with Furman next year. If y'all do, beat the brakes off them jokers.
You're going to see, we're going to have Coach Berry on at the beginning of the new year. Coach Cole is working on that. So look forward to that interview.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my boy Blue, man. We did a great show. Blue, hey, listen, Blue, we're going to put together another show to kind of break down with some of these kids from and FCS and HBCU, the top kids, you know, where they've gone. So let's put that together. I think that'll be a great show just to see where some of the kids have gone.
How did Montana State have 4 players from Texas starting in their secondary? Damn.
There you go. So, like I say, you know, again, these are kids that we can't, like I say, as Miami said, and you're going to see this. Miami is going to make that push because they know if they can, like, again, Jeremiah Smith, it was a big, we're going to get Jeremiah Smith to come back. Ohio State line, now we're going to have to give him a couple more million. But that's the whole thing. Miami's going to try to lock that thing down from Palm Beach all the way down again.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's special talent. So, again, we got to do the same thing. We got to do the same thing.
And Bishop, you're talking about, as I know we mentioned earlier about players getting posted, I think most of Charlton's team is gone. I think James Madison lost all their folks, and it's like James Madison. It's like we talk about, I guess, how they raised their money. So it's like they raised all their coins and everything else, and those are guys too. Chase and Becky asking for a friend. No, they're hey. You know,
I hope not. Keep them out of trouble.
No. I think some of these guys can really care less. I think for some of them, it's just an opportunity. I mean, it's like, guys, look, they see the writing on the wall. They see that most players drafted are from FBS programs. And so kids think, say, you know what, if I'm going to go somewhere and get picked up, I got a better chance of getting drafted from FBS schools. That's just where the math is today. So until that narrative changes, which I don't see it happening anytime soon, because one, they raise these scholarships. And Bishop, you mentioned Miami. I think the worst thing that could happen for the nation is if, say, for example, the Canes win this championship, which they do too. Not only do we lock down Palm Beach County going back south, Now we got NIL. So now we can pay people above the table now.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like we could pretty much, I won't say we, because we're both Canes fans, we could pretty much lock down pretty much anyone in South Florida we want to. Basically, the only ones that will leave Miami, go somewhere else, are the ones that we didn't want.
And let's keep it a buck. Who wouldn't want to stay down in Miami compared to going to Columbus, Ohio, or Ann Arbor, Michigan? You know,
and Coral Gables is nice. I'm sorry, they got money in Coral Gables, bro. That's
shout out to my fellow Rattler, A Willer 38. Got us a new coach. New coach going to be doing his press conference. We'll be showing the press conference tomorrow. Get Rocky to set that up, get that going.
Yeah. So Bishop, how excited are you guys about your new coach? Because I know that Quinn Gray, Rattler quarterback, he beat us a couple times and whatnot. You know, a few times in the Classic and whatnot. I know y'all forgave him for the Youngstown State game. I know you did. You know, but it's like, so I guess the question is, what kind of excitement is present there now versus?
Hey, man, listen. They've already raised $75,000 in 2 weeks.
Whoa, how much?
$75,000.
Nice.
So that should let you know that people are excited.
Okay.
So
now we talk about bringing money in also, and so this is what I want to ask you also, Bish. We're talking about bringing money in too. Now, one thing that I've discussed, and then we talked about this a little bit as well, is that okay, when was the last time some of our schools have raised athletic fees, ticket price? Because I think your former coach Simmons talked about you raise ticket prices, folks ready to have an aneurysm, something like that. So it's like,
well, I think you can raise the ticket price, but you listen, but you got to understand something. We can't play around with this. Sure. We got kids that can't graduate for $300.
Right.
So you can't, you just can't raise the fees on these kids. Again, first of all, the fees, and I think people say 90% of all HBCU students get some type of financial aid.
Right.
So you can't raise, fees to me, that's off limits. I mean, because we can't play that game. You raise fees, or again, even $50, $300, and I'm just using $300 because literally we have kids that are trying to raise $300. I've seen it all in our alumni groups. Hey, I just need $300 just so I can register for classes. You know what I mean? So, and that's real. You know what I mean? That's real. So I'm not going to sit back here and want to raise fees on kids. I mean, college is too tough for that. But again, raising the price on the tickets, I think that's always opportunity there. I think what you're going to see, again, Jack State is doing it. I know FAMU's going to do it for revenue share. They're going to add another $5 or $10 on the ticket to help with that. I think all the schools are going to start doing that to support the athletic programs. So, you know, for me, again, it's a complex question. So, first of all, you got to get your alumni to give. That's a fact. You got to try to get more money from the state. That's a fact. And you got to get people to come to the games. And I'm going to say this, Prairie View, you got to get people to come to the games. People keep talking about attendance. Attendance does matter. Because people that come to the games, that the money for attendance goes to the athletic department.
That SFA game is a home game. I think your first home game, I think, is that. Wait a minute, is the TSU game with them this year at Prairie View, or is it at TSU? I missed it. I'm sorry. I missed it last season.
Well, no, it's got to be at Prairie View because the game was in Houston last year. Okay,
so their first home game is at Prairie View against TSU. Your second home game is against SFA. Now, SFA is going to be top 25. That's game that people need to show up to. They have to go up. And, you know, and I see the comment here. I don't think they won the game for an MVP's program. I see where you're coming from, but if we're talking about having to recruit against these guys, because like you said, Bishop, you're recruiting in these schools because like 4 schools in playoffs last year from Texas. Tarleton made it, SFA made it, Abilene Christian made it, and Lamar made it. Lamar just got some money for, I guess, some facilities, whatever stuff too. So it's like, if you're going to recruit against these guys, you're going to have to beat these people. Being close, I mean, if you're close against Tarleton, that's good. If you beat them, that's the aim. Because these are games you got to win. You have to win them. You just have to. Because that's a recruiting advantage then. You could say, hey, we won the SWAC, we're in the Celebration Bowl, we're on national television, and we beat top programs in the state in our weight class. That's the cherry on top. Various pressing high-profile games. I bet you might ask you about that also. So your biggest games at FAM are against like Southern and Jackson State, I'm guessing, correct?
Right. We play Jackson State and Jackson. So, and Jackson does that variable prices. So,
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
He
I
could
think you're
almost
ahead of me.
get
Give me a minute. I
out.
think you're ahead of me. Let me get caught up. Oh!
That was dangerous right there.
Oh, you needed that one. Bishop, we needed that one.
That was almost that. Yeah,
That was a house call. Ooh, that's a house call.
Now this is where he got to get out of bounds too. Oh, he dropped it. Come on, you got to catch that. 4. Jump on the stream, you guys. Get it. Hey, drop the stream and the link. Come on up. Talk about it. Let's see what you got going on. Miami, Ole Miss.
Mm-hmm. This is about what I expected. Bishop, if you think about it, we've shut Ole Miss down. All they had is one big run. They don't have any consistency at all.
Big field goal for Ole Miss right there, 17-13 going into. That's what you want to do in a game like this for both sides. You just want to keep the pace.
Yes.
Miami will get the ball at the half.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you one thing, we saw this kicker right here for Ole Miss. This white boy is ice.
Yes.
He is ice compared to Ohio State kicker, compared to the kickers that we saw for Prairie View and over there at Illinois State.
I still feel for that coach. I mean, those play guys, especially that quarterback. Oh God, that was a bad call. It doesn't matter. The television, hey, don't matter though, bro. It doesn't matter. Being on TV is for us, not for everybody else.
No. Got a good game here.
We do.
First semifinal, Fiesta Bowl, Miami versus Ole Miss. Tomorrow in Atlanta. I haven't been out in the streets. I'm going to have to go downtown to see if the street is painted red with Indiana folks down here in Oregon. Can't do that.
Now, Bishop, let me tell you this, though, man. We take care of these things. Even though it probably won't happen, we'll probably end up getting Indiana. I know we talked about this that man, but as a Canes fan, that coach scares me.
Well, it's no doubt about it.
I'm sorry, he does.
Signetti is the best coach. But this goes back to why coaching is important, and development is important, and attention to detail is important. Championship coaches all have that same type of personality: attention to detail, evaluation, and understanding what your players can do best in offense or defense that you're running. And that's what you see with Indiana.
He was that way at Elon. He was that way at James Madison. Coach, I started following this guy almost 10 years ago. I was like, okay, this guy's going to be an issue. If he ever makes it up to a P4 level, look out.
Yeah, Prairie View kicker, boy, and I hate for that for those kids because, again, like you say, could have won the game. You know, I hate that, but that's part of it. But if you want to be in the real world, that's the real world. You got to make those kicks.
Yeah. Bishop, we talked earlier about, of course, I know you mentioned this, what's the money that's coming in to a school like Indiana. I think A&T got rich when they were winning games. I saw here in Houston, Sam Houston got paid when they won their chip. Talk about the financial impact to a university with a big-time coach and a big-time winning program, if you haven't discussed that already.
Yeah, hold on one second. You know, people have seen this and winning, especially on levels where people, because one thing about winning, it's easy to get money from people when you win it.
Correct.
And, you know, I'm trying to pull it up. That's running really
because I guarantee you, Illinois State does not get a $2.5 million gift if they're not playing a national championship game or like on the way to it. They don't get that donation for athletics. That doesn't happen.
And Hutch, here's the thing. Yeah, he donated a lot, and they said this is the first time he's donated money.
First time he's ever given.
Great. Let me share a screen. I'm gonna pull this up.
Unlike an infusion, it takes 30 minutes. Optiva Cubantic lets you see
if you guys can see that. Bigger.
And I know this is not an HBCU discussion, but I guess the reason why we're talking about this too is because we're talking about what kind of impact on your university dominant athletics programs have. Because it's not just Black folks giving, it's everybody giving you money at that point, whether you're Black, white, whatever. Winning does not care about who gives the money. People want to support winners no matter who it is.
So this is a breakdown. We're talking about Kirk Cignetti. And this is the thing about it. So just as they talk about the transformation, and this is relative to all of us. So before 2025 even kicked off, ticket revenue for IU football team has surpassed $13 million. Indiana announced a $50 million stadium naming rights deal with Merchants Bank.
Jesus.
Fundraising has hit a record high with billionaire alum Mark Cuban donating to the athletic department for the first time ever. So then you're talking about now here's where TV does matter for us and how we get people to watch compared to other people. 24 million people watch them win the Rose Bowl. 18 million people watch them win the Big Ten championship. And when College Game Day visit Indiana campus, more than 2 million people watch the 3-hour commercial about the school. Publicity worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Here's the thing that I saw, and you see this, you saw this happen at FAMU, you see this happen at North Carolina A&T, and you saw this at Alabama, you saw this happen at Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is Indiana. Indiana's not one of those glamour schools. This is a true state school. It's not like Michigan or Ohio State or places like that where people, or Texas where people are coming, or Florida where people come from all out of town. Most people that go to Indiana are probably people Hoosiers. So you're looking at the applicants. 44,000 in 2019, 46, all the way to this past year, mind you, when they football, 73,000 applicants. So that is 30,000 increase in 5 years because of football. So then out-of-state students who now account for 50% of the IU's total enrollment, with the school admitting 4,600 of new out-of-state students. Roughly 500 more out-of-state students than IU's previous record. Jeez. This is important because out-of-state students pay $30,000 more in annual tuition versus $12,000 for Indiana residents. So that right there, $15 million. If you multiply it by a 4-year degree with these out-of-state students, that's worth $60 million. So when you're looking at that, look at what basically Kirk Cignetti has brought in $100 million to Indiana because they're winning.
Wow. Now, if that was just any other coach and they're going 3-8 every year, that's not happening.
Well, no, that's what it showed it. 73,000 people.
And Indiana,
incredible.
A basketball school.
So when you look at a North Carolina A&T, which is a great school, but listen, I don't care what nobody say. I'm from North Carolina. My family's from North Carolina. People saw that was like you saw the greatness of A&T. You get all these kids all of a sudden coming from all over the country. I want to go to A&T. I want to go to A&T. So you that works for you when you're playing in those games. You don't think people that saw Prairie View, these kids saw that? It's like, oh, let me take another look at Prairie View.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't think South Carolina State? You didn't think that's not going to benefit South Carolina State? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing about it, Hutch. They are a basketball state, and you think about this, but that just shows you how popular football is that again, that Indiana, which has won national championships in basketball, but look at the amount of money because they got a potential national championship football team, the money that they're going to generate. It's just crazy. So again, when you look at that, you look at Jackson State. When they're winning, that helps their enrollment. That's a big thing. So again, you look at Southern. Let Southern get rolling. That Bayou Classic has always helped Southern and Grambling market.
And Bishop, let me mention something else. To mention something else about winning as well, because we talk a lot about, okay, well, if the TV deals, we're going to make up for TV deals and whatnot too. We need to understand something. Most of your conferences, with the exception of the Big Two, SEC and Big Ten, especially the Big Ten, TV deals are not a majority of your athletic department dollars. They're maybe 10, 15% the most and whatnot. So I think that donate. So I was like, if we're going to get these monies to come up and whatnot, TV deals are nice. But like you just said just now, winning helps too. Winning helps too.
Well, the thing about it is, and I think
you gotta have both.
I don't know who said it, but this is what we do have an event. We got a better TV package than every FCS conference out there. We have more
Bishop, I've been saying that for
visibility.
years. I've been saying that for years, Bishop.
We have better visibility. So we have a bigger fan base.
Yes.
We have bigger name players.
Mm-hmm.
So all those things, this is what I'm saying. We got to start talking about the cup half empty and talk about the cup half full and then how to fill the cup totally up.
Yes.
So my thing again is always about, first of all, and I think everybody agrees on this, let's get our facility. You know, Rocky talks about this. Let's get our facilities up to par. So the
leave
kids
NIL stuff alone. Leave NIL alone. Please leave it alone. That's not the argument you want to have.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I will say this. If you got the ability to do the NIL, do it. Jack State got the ability to do it. I'm not mad at Ken and them. They got the ability to do it. And they got nice facilities. So if you got the ability to do it, you do it. Because I will say this. You got kids, and again, especially people my age. Listen, man, I had friends that played the football team. Them boys didn't have a dime. Them boys would come, hey, man, I used to sell food in the dorm. And it used to be so funny, sell hot dogs and chips and stuff. I had a Sam's card. And you call a little snack pack $5. Football players come, hey man, Campbell, listen, bro. I get you $5. My mama send me mail me $20. You know, mail him $20. Think about that. Mailing $20. And I'm like, bro, whatever you need, man. Just to get a little something to eat. That's real. That's real. So if you got a way for us to give those kids, our athletes, a little bit of money where they can, like I said, they ain't buying no car, stuff like that, man. It's all about levels. But again, it is really, really, to me, if you got the ability to do it, again, do it. Like I said, we're setting up our NIL. We're getting ready to do revenue share. Hey, man, listen, one thing about Ken and them, they've done a great job. I've talked to Ken. They set that thing up. They got a big group of people that's supporting them. Jack State boosters have always been around. People keep forgetting they have a big-time booster association that's always supported that school and things like that. So, again, Southern's got a big booster crew. Grambler's working on their things. Prairie View, I know they're working on trying to get NIL and revenue share. So, again, it's just my thing is, again, I don't know what Illinois State gives. I have no idea.
Me neither.
But if we can just make it even where a kid comes and says, you know, I'm comfortable, I think we win those battles because we have so many other things that make us better.
I agree.
So, you know, Franklin, how do we well, here's the thing. The visibility, again, is a couple of things. When you're going to sponsors, right? How many people could say, like Prairie View and the SWAC, our championship game is on national TV. Our HBCU national championship game is on TV. Our biggest games are on TV. Those things. We got our own conference, SWAC TV, that you can see all of your different programming and things like that. So we got a lot of things that for people that, again, trying to do business with us, we have outlets, and that's how that visibility helps you make money. Shout out to Alex. Hey, man, shout out for the Super Chat $5. And then they got committed from the best kids in DCL. They made a lot of inroads. See, there you go.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is.
But you understand, some Signetti's, James Madison is right there in that area. That's where he recruited. So he knows that East Coast.
That was his backyard. So now he's got a pipeline.
And Alex, hey, man, thank you for the follow. We really appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Absolutely. Start the new year off right. So, again, hey, guys, like I said, you want to jump in, here is the link to the chat. To the StreamYard. Come on up. You don't have to show your face. You want to say what you got going on. Tell us about your school, man. Again, you know, we got halftime and stuff. You know, saw a lot of recruiting. You know, this is the time that people have to make decisions. What is your school doing? How are you looking into recruiting? What are you doing? Stuff like that. Branch, have you seen any guys that have left that are coming back? Have you signed a guy? What's going on?
Not as of yet. Honestly, I'm kind of waiting until all this stuff dies down because the window's like 2 weeks. So I kind of want to wait until after that window goes because it's one of the things where it's like people could go and put, because what's the thing you saw, because I don't know if you saw what's the thing happened with the kid from Washington who signed the NIL deal and tried to leave. He got sued. His agent said, screw this, I'm out of here. And he might be going back to Washington now because, well, he don't want to go to court. So,
well, you know what happened? Well, here's the thing. His agent is also the Washington football coach agent.
Oh.
So.
But see, that's on the player, though. It's one thing. It's like, dude, you can't find any other agent?
That's well, listen, let me tell you how this works.
Sure.
Because I was in this business. Here's the deal. A lot of these coaches, Jimmy Sexton,
we know
Pat
Jimmy
Dye
Sexton.
Jr.,
We know him.
They used to represent. Pat Dye Jr. was notorious for this. What Pat Dye Jr. would do, he would go represent all the defensive line coaches, which was usually black, and all the secondary coaches, which was usually black, running back coach usually black, right?
Mm-hmm.
He'd represent them, and then guess what? You know how you get those players from Georgia, Alabama, Auburn, because the defensive line coach, I want you to talk to somebody because they trust them, and that's how Pat Dye Jr. used to get guys. So I'm pretty sure that coach was like, hey, you need an agent. My guy's good. Check him out. So that's probably what happened.
Because now some of these NIL deals, now they're starting to be like non-disclosure agreements where it's like you can't tell how much you're receiving. And I hope these people are reading the fine language because then one thing is like if you leave, then you might get into a lot of trouble. So folks need to be careful with these things.
Well, you know, and I'm going to talk about this. This is the thing. And we talked about this a little bit, and we're going to come back and talk about it because we did talk about this schedule for the out-of-conference. Branch talked about this. We'll circle back.
Yes.
But here's the thing, and I think this is, again, a business that I used to do, and I think I'm going to bring back. I've seen too many kids that with this NIL thing that say they have agents. These guys are not lawyers.
No.
These guys have never structured a contract. And I think I'm going to put a group of lawyers, tax CPA accountants, and former coaches to do evaluation for kids. So basically, if you're a kid that's in the portal getting NIL, my lawyers will review your contract, give you a contract to get an NIL collective that protects you. I'm going to connect you with a CPA that's going to make sure your taxes are paid and set up correctly. Or if you need to be a business entity, and people say, oh, be an LLC. Everybody doesn't need to be LLC. That's why I try to tell people. That is not a panacea. So that's one of the things I'm going to start reaching out to kids because what I'm seeing is a lot of kids do not have good tax advice and they damn sure don't have good legal advice.
No. Oh, hell no.
I'm going to bring my man. What it is, this class? What's going on?
What's going on, brother?
Nothing much. I think somebody posted how do we advertise it? And it's the same way as any other school. I think you try to tap into the historical part, but do it in an innovative way. Reach back to some of the Hall of Famers. I think the most important thing that they don't tap into is the per capita of players that have went to the NFL from schools. It's ridiculous how many Hall of Famers HBCUs got. I think we just don't know how to, and this is just a black thing. I don't think black people know how to celebrate their wins because we've been taught to be this humble thing. This is America. Do we realize where we at? America, you gotta praise your wins. America loves winners. I don't even like how they got in the end zone. Why not us? That's some, low confidence. Why not? It should be why aren't you here yet? Like they don't know how to celebrate their wins. If you see quote unquote FBS, I don't even get into all that. It's all framing and conditioning, but they invite their best players back. They tap into all that video. As soon as something happened with them people, they on YouTube promoting that video from back in the day. The fact is so many craters and gaps of where they missing out at. Like a lot of stuff y'all say on this channel, this network, it's stuff they should do. And then they do it 2 years later. And it's like, yo, it's not the moment anymore. The moment has passed. Like you got to be, first of all, here's number one. Here's the main thing. Fire all the old people in the marketing department. You need young people. Young people know what's hot. They know what's going on. And they're on social media all the time. Why not tap into it? And who has the culture of social media? Young black people. It's almost like a cheat code. Like if you just tap into your campus, and then I hate to say it, but the women, like if you look at the games of Alabama, they always got the pretty women in the front row on the screen. Slide. The little camera angles. HBCUs have to learn how to. It's too insulated. I get it, the prestige of it all, and it's academics first. I get that. But when it comes to sports and the sports branding, you have to sell excitement. Oh, and here's, because this thing been on my mind, the audio. The big difference between HBCU games, because I like HBCU Go production, is the audio. When the crowd is rocking, they have the audio from the crowd, so it sounds like you're in the game. But HBCUs, I don't know who does the audio, but you hear the announcers loud and clear, and you cannot hear the stadium. It don't sound exciting. It sounds like a golf or something like that. You know what I mean?
Well, Escalade, first of all right. So let me meet you in the middle, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know which side of the old age. I don't know if they want to fire me. So I'm going to meet you in the middle. I think what has to happen, because let me not say it now. I'm about to say a name, but I'm not going to say his name.
Yeah, we ain't got to say no names.
Yeah, no, but I was about to.
Bishop, I'll go there in a second.
You plugged in. You plugged in.
Wait. Let me finish my thought.
I'll do it.
You have people like what S-Class saying. That's why you got to kind of do like drumline, bring the old with the new.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have the experience to tell you how to navigate the business, and you have the knowledge to do the innovation of the business. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
You bring innovation, I bring experience and knowledge. We match that together. So then what I do is now what I'm doing is I'm training you to replace me because I'm going to retire.
Exactly.
But you can't. But what happens is, and I'm going to say this as somebody who is a parent of 30-something-year-olds, the biggest problem with 30-something-year-olds, the Gen X and millennials, you think because you Google everything, you know every goddamn thing. And practical experience, you can't Google being in a meeting. You see what I'm saying? You got to be in a meeting to understand the meeting. You got to be in the stress to understand the stress. So that's what happens with a lot of people. And me and Scotty have these discussions all the time. And I'll tell Scotty something, and because he's so brilliant, but he'll come at, man, Mr. Campbell, you're right. I should have did it this way. I said, yeah, your thought process is you're going in the right direction. I'm just telling you which street to take. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing about it. So that's where we have the disconnect, where we have, but also too, and I'm just gonna be honest with you, you have a lot of kids, because I've worked with a lot of kids with my business, stuff like that, man. It sometimes they don't want to sacrifice. You got people, and I'll say this, you see these white coaches that coach on these teams, and you see these young white like Deshaun McVay, go look and see how they started. Go look how Pete Golden started. They ain't get paid a dime.
Not at all.
Go look at Kirk Signetti. Dan Landing said, I'm going to go and work at Alabama and not get paid. So I can learn how to be. You see what I'm saying? We got kids. Oh, well, Mr. Campbell, you got to pay me $50 out. What?
That is true.
So see, that's where, again, you got it. So my thing is, when you got schools that want to work with kids, and this is, man, listen, I know you want to get paid, but man, sometimes you got to put in the time to get paid. So go and learn again. So my thing is when HBCU Go comes, right? FAMU, Jack State, all that. We should have a group of interns just to watch everything HBCU Go does.
Correct.
Everything. And don't tell me about getting paid because you just learned something.
Right.
And then they leave and we got to do our game on Swag TV. Now you do it.
Correct. And if I could chime in for a second also, Bishop, this is good. S-Class, nice to meet you, brother. One thing I will say, because I think someone's mentioned about we don't care about FCS, FBS, etc. And I agree with you about the Hall of Famer stuff and whatnot, right? We definitely per capita, we do kick butt in that. But once again, me and Bishop are Canes fans. That'll be just like saying, and I'm not trying to be funny with this. That would be just like saying a kid prior to the season, by the way, say it was like stinking up the place a few years back and whatnot. That would be just like saying you should still come to University of Miami because of what Jimmy Johnson did in the 80s. Now you're right about the having to evolve a little bit. We do have to do that. One of the issues that we have is that you have people who've been in our schools for so long. They've been there. And I think a lot of people that's in the schools or in leadership, I think they're afraid of bringing different people in because they're going to ask questions that you may not know how things work. And instead of saying, hey, I want to learn something, we want to say, hey, I still want to still show that I am still relevant, that I'm still important, that it's like, okay, you know what? Move on with your time. You served your purpose. And I'm not talking about throw the people out in the end and stuff like that. I don't get all that. But it's like, know when it's time to go. And I think for some of us, we've been in these places for so long, we don't want to leave because this is all we know. This is all we have. This is all that we've basically been about for the last several years. And it's like, I guess with HBCU stuff for a second, you know, the HBCU, the culture, the pride, etc. I'm a high school teacher. A lot of our kids are in integrated schools now. They're going to all black high schools. They're in mixed schools. Going somewhere because it's black is not an appeal to them anymore. Overall, it's just not. And there has to be some sort of say, okay, you know what? What else do we have? If your only answer is come because we're black, that's not a big deal no more. It isn't. So it's like, what else are we saying to get the kids to come join us? Not because.
Let me ask you this, Branch, because
Sure,
I hear
please
this.
do.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
So I don't tell anybody come to FAMU because it's black. I tell people come to FAMU because I'm black and because I care. So if you go to Troy and that professor ain't gonna give a damn.
Right.
If you go to Stephen F. Austin, you got to go join the Black Student Union.
Right.
You can't be taught things. So I always tell kids, and again, then I also go to the point is then I'm gonna give you another thing too. When you graduate from us, you're more likely to get a job because our alumni, and our alumni is not just because, of course, we all know this. You went to Bethune-Cookman. I see your resume. You come in, or vice versa. Either way, I'm gonna mess with, man. I ain't hiring nobody from Bethune-Cookman. You know what I'm saying? Jokingly.
Yeah.
But because you went to Bethune-Cookman, I'm gonna make sure you get through there.
Yeah.
So
now,
those are things that I think that we always, and again, I think this is what happens with kids, and they go, to your point, they're in the, because everybody, that has taken care of themselves, they're living in an integrated neighborhood, they're going to school. But then these kids go, and then because college is totally different than high school.
Absolutely.
It's a big culture shock.
Huge difference.
When you go and you see how those things, because now your little white friend, they play their little white sororities, and now you ain't the buddies no more and all that. My daughter saw that firsthand. Right. I had a daughter that went to Mississippi State for the first semester, and I told her I had to go up there.
Right.
Because she went to school, and my buddies, all that. I said, okay. I'm telling you, when they play Tri Delta, and Kappa Delta and all that stuff, them girls ain't gonna know you.
Now, the one thing one thing you said are awesome, right? What you described about you going to get a job and everything else, you described a dominant school. You didn't describe a dominant HBCU school. You described a dominant school that happened to be an HBCU. See, what you described was having FAMU and whatnot, that's what all great universities do, period. I think sometimes, let me ask you, both y'all this, because once again, because I mentioned they were Cookman and whatnot, the way that we sold our football program, we didn't say, we said, hey, we got Mr. Florida to come play for us. They want to play DB, say, no, come and play quarterback for us. And we got him. Our big selling pitch was, we didn't say, come to a dominant HBCU program. We say, come to a dominant program. We just happen to be an HBCU. Come to a dominant program in general. So let me ask you this question. Do you think that, I'm not saying throw away your blacks. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the packaging that it's sold, we're dominant programs. We're dominant whether we're HBCUs or not. Do you think that pushing the dominance of what we are as a whole, we just happen to be black in doing it? Do you think that might make a difference in terms of recruitment, getting people to come, etc.? Like, your thoughts?
Well, I'm gonna talk. I think, because see, again, I think everybody's there. I think Jackson State sits back and say, we're a dominant HBCU program. We got Hall of Famers. We're second or third or fourth in putting players in the NFL. We play in front of 30, 40, 50,000 people. That's what they sell.
Right.
And they should sell that.
Right.
So they don't sit back and say, oh, we're playing FCS. And it works. And that's why they get the recruits. That's why they've dominated and shown that they can get players recruiting, because that's their strength. See, sometimes you got to go to your strength.
That's true.
Their strength is full. Walter Payton is a strength. Walter Payton played.
Yes.
30, 40,000 people.
Top ward FCS named after him.
Leading FCS in attendance is a strength. You know what I'm saying? Winning games and playing in big games is a strength. So again, I think one size doesn't fit all. So for Bethune-Cookman, FAMU, again, FAMU has this rich legacy. You come to FAMU, you're going to play in the big games. You're going to get a great education. We were the dominant program in the state of Florida. We have history. We have perspective. So I just think, again, Southern's going to say the same thing. So I think each team, now I think with Tremaine Jackson, I think his is a little bit different. He said, we don't want to be HBCU good. We want to be FCS good. I'm building a program. But he's got to do that because Prairie View ain't won a bunch of championships. So he's got to resell. He got to package it different.
Start fresh. I think. Go
ahead.
No, I was going to say I agree with both of y'all if y'all noticed, I was the one in the comments like, I'm not one of the people. I had both experience. I'll be honest. I started at Grambling, didn't work out. Prop 48. I wound up transferring to Temple. If it was my choice, I would stay at Grambling all 4 years. But it was
where'd you transfer to?
Temple. I'm from Philly, Philadelphia on the East
Cool.
Coast.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So, but as far as when I went to Temple, people were bragging. They like, damn man, you nice. Where you? I'm like, man, the players at Grambling was better. I mean, I went there right after Bruce was coming out when I was going in, so it was a different era. It was like those dudes were official. So my thing is this: BCU and FAMU play in front of 70,000 guaranteed every year. That's a selling point. That's NFL numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Most, I mean, I don't even know now. They change every year. Is it P4 or Power 5? I don't even know what it is. Like, I don't even use them terms.
Yeah, you got Group of 5 and Power 4.
Yeah, Pac-12 went bye-bye, basically. That's what happened. They signed that sorry deal. I'm still pissed about that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that was stupid. So Group of 5. Mm-hmm. Group of 5 schools don't even get the numbers HBCUs get. Like, that's a huge selling point. Like, the visibility, the Celebration Bowl is the biggest one because that's primetime ABC. Like, I just don't. I mean, I get if they're gonna offer you a big bag, but everybody not getting the bag. Y'all just can't convince me that everybody's getting the bag like that. Now, if you're talking about P4, top tier, LSU, Texas, Ohio State, yeah, definitely. Like I said, I also said I think Andrew is the only one that really should be fighting if he do want to go because he got a real opportunity. He has a resume. He has 5 years of a resume of being a top player, and he's in demand. But as far as other players, if you have one good year, why would you transfer? Like, I will be trying to be the guy. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, here good. Here's what beats that, though. Okay, 2 things. Okay, mentioned being the guy and stuff, right? Now, in theory, you're correct. Once again, if you're the guy in FCS, we talked about earlier, EB3, Lindsey Scott, Cole Kelly, those guys who won those awards, the last FCS guy that won the top 5 was Trey Lance. Of course, when he did his thing in DSU, his numbers were nuts back then and whatnot. Of course, he went undefeated and won the NCAA Natty. Now, so it's like, if you're like an FCS player, you're not going to get picked no matter where you go. Now, you mentioned the Group of 5 stuff. I agree with you, but you know what changed that narrative? Beat some of those teams. Now, it's one thing to go against. I'll say this one, right? It's one thing to go against FBS P4 programs. We play those games. If you're going to schedule those money games, FBS games, play a Group of 5. Play someone who is not stat choice might not be as high, but schedule a winnable game and stuff. If you schedule and win those winnable games and beat other FCS schools, those kids, you'll start saying, hey, we can shine bright because we beat you. People care about wins and losses. That's part of it. You got to beat people.
And I'm a little different.
Sure.
Oh, I would say I would advertise to kids if I'm all right. So because South Carolina State did pretty good against South Carolina until the end of the game. But I'm trying to think of the last game that was a blowout. I guess was it Miami and did Miami then play FAMU today?
No, they played us. They played us.
BCU?
Yeah, they played to blow us up. But of course, because I remember one of the other games that I remember, we played UTEP a few years before that. They beat us like 45-35. And if we don't sleepwalk through the first half, we beat those guys. So it's like one of the things where it's like, it's one of the things where it's like sometimes we're not expecting to do good, but it's like, I guarantee you, if we would have beat UTEP, that's our 3rd FBS win since 2013, which is a very big deal. So it's one of the things where it's like, you got to win those games. I'm not talking about playing against the big boys, getting on television, being seen, stuff like that. Because, but this also, that year that Morgan played Akron, and they fumbled the ball at the end of the game. Morgan State beats Akron that day. Morgan is in a totally different trajectory. We're having a totally different conversation about them. Because that win against them, that would have dwarfed almost any other game they had because you would have won a money game. And schools don't win money games. They don't happen very often. That's why whenever I get happy, because I'm an FCS guy, I get happy whenever FCS teams win those games because you're not expected to win those games. We win those games, all of a sudden it's like, okay, now you're going. Now either it's like that FCS game or if you put on a show because your boy Kobe Durant for South Carolina, what's your boy doing the Durant for South Carolina State? He got drafted because he had 2 picks against Clemson. He balled out. You know, so it's like sometimes I get we don't want to play these games because of pride and stuff like that. But if you ball out against South Carolina, if you go from the kid for Alabama A&M who got drafted last year, he showed out against Auburn and few games against them. If you win or do good in these kind of games, people will notice you because you're saying, hey, we can hang out with the big boys, not just rhetoric-wise, but on the field-wise, we could do it too.
Brother Joe, what you got?
What's going on, Mr. Cameron?
That's my guy. What it is, Joe. Happy New Year,
What's going on, boss? Happy New Year to you. I'm out here. Shit. I'm in Illinois right now, headed home to Atlanta. Oh, I'm sorry for cussing. My bad.
You're good.
My thing is, I did a little research. Now, if guys want to go get the bag, I understand you going P5, going to get the bag or whatever.
Right.
But if you're trying to go to the NFL, statistics show that more players from HBCU went to the NFL, got a chance to go to the NFL than players that left HBCU and went P5.
Okay, that you know what? It's funny that you said that. We did a coach's corner, and I showed a coach who broke down, and I think whatever conference that is, he was showing like all the kids that left their conference, right? FCS conference.
Yeah, I seen that when y'all did that. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So your point stands because in the end, you transferring and not playing, does not work well for you trying to get to the league.
That's true.
So that's the question, Joe, which I think, and me and Blue, and that's what we were kind of talking about, is that's where the fine line is. So for Andrew, right, and I'll say this, I talked to a big time agent, a good friend of mine that represents first round picks, and he said, listen, if I'm that kid, the only way I'm leaving Alabama State is I'm at a group of 5 school that has a chance to get to the playoffs because he needs to play a lot of games.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if he goes to, and like I say, directional state, because they gave him $250,000 and they're 5 and 7, he'd be better staying at and put like my man S-Class and try to put up 5,000 yards at Alabama State.
Right.
And then try to get into the East-West Shrine game, the Senior Bowl, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
I was. But wait, one
point.
But let's be clear though. Remember, and this is the fact, because Hutch, to his point, and this is where the thing has gotten so skewed. 85% of the players that get drafted come from the P4 because the scouts are lazy.
Mm-hmm.
They're very lazy. So what you have to do is a couple of things. A, get you an agent that is working to make sure people see you, a la Jacoby DeGrant, Marquise Bell, Isaiah, James Houston, guys like that, right?
Yeah.
And then also you got to dominate at your level.
At your weight class.
Dominate. See, I think, and that's what I told Scott when he first got in. When I showed him guys that were getting drafted, these guys were 3-time All-SWAC, 1AA All-Americans, you know what I mean? Superstars.
Rasheed Mathis,
Michael Strahan. So that people understand how dominant Michael Strahan and Neeswin, those guys were.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. I was shocked about all these players leaving, going in the transfer portal. And after my research, I realized no HBCU player that was at HBCU and transferred and went to FCS, P5, P4, whatever you want to call it. None of them is in the NFL.
Yeah.
None of them.
Yeah.
And only one of them, and only one of them got to look. Only one of them got to look, and that was the guy that was on Deion Sanders' first team that went to Michigan. Nobody else got to look.
Caller, here's the thing, though. That's not an HBCU thing. That's everyone in FCS deals with that. That's not an HBCU thing, though. Everyone in FCS deals with that. Everybody does.
Right,
it's not a black college problem. So when we say HBCU, leave HBCU, no. They're leaving everybody. That happens to all those people. Say, for example, if you're balling out or wherever Southeast Louisiana,
Well,
whatever.
no disrespect to you, Carl. No disrespect to you, boss. I don't care nothing about FC. I care about HBCU. I don't care what they're doing. I
Well,
care
we're
about
FCS schools,
HBCU.
so we have to care because we're on the same weight class. We're on the same weight
Okay,
class.
gotcha.
Ole Miss
Hey
kicker
JB,
finally missed
I
one. That's a big miss right there.
That's a huge miss.
That's a big
oh, you
miss.
missed it.
Yeah, you missed it.
Damn.
Put up the uprights.
I agree with John Branch though, only because I feel like HBCU got their own special niche in FCS, but I also think they need to start saying, like, I would just run a promotion for SWAC and MEAC. HBCU is D1. HBCU is, because I think a lot of kids be thinking that it's like some different level where it's
the fans
D1.
do too,
like,
though.
You say what?
The fans do too. I mean, no, S class. Trust me, man. Me and Mitch, we had this conversation. Do you know how many HBCU fans do not know we are Division I programs? They don't know that. A lot of our fans are not sports fans. They don't know that, say, SWAC schools and SoCon schools like VMI or Southland schools like Lamar and them were all the same weight class in terms of scholarships and everything else. See, we think, a lot of us think that we're HBCU, it's like SEC, then HBCU, then everyone else. Falls line stuff. We're all, I mean, it's like all FCS programs have the same issues to a certain degree. All of us do. And I think what hurts us is the fact that we tend to ignore that. We tend to act like that, hey, this only affects us. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not. Once again, we mentioned, as long as you guys heard this part or not, what's the name with top 5 Charlton State Ball Club, FCS, just like PV, who PV plays next year and whatnot, their entire offense is gone. And they're FCS just like we are. Someone came with a bigger bag and got all those guys out. What's the name? Their running back left to go to transfer portal at halftime of their last game. I mean, that was nuts. But it's like, once again, we would say, oh, well, that's just the HBCU thing. No, it's not. Everyone is leaving. Everyone deals with this. This is not a black college issue. Everyone has these problems. And I think that in the HBCU universe, I think that we would behoove ourselves to learn and to know where we line up at. Once we figure this part out, I think we'll have go nowhere but up, because we will see, hey, this is where we line up at. This is where we are. This is what we're up against. Now we're prepared to say, and see, now those young guys that you're talking about as class, you can say, okay, you know what, guys, this is where we are. How do we compete in this new dynamic that's present here? Then we'll be much stronger and much more prepared, because we'll say, guys, look, we're D1 like everybody else. Let's not kid ourselves here. Let's not hide from this. Let's see where to go.
All right, I'm gonna leave y'all with this. This is my brain be wondering. Like, I'm always out in, like, I'm a big dreamer. So my thing is, all right, say a billionaire or something just like this, right? They just drop a bag like, F it. I just want to see what happened. If HBCUs, because in my mind, I'm like, just knowing the history, because I grew up on HBCU, even though I'm from the East Coast. I'm like, HBCU, the SWAC needs to be, it should have been somewhere in the perimeter of the SEC. I ain't saying on that level, but see, the crazy thing is black people already in their mind saying, how the hell SWAC? But that's how we think. In my mind, they should be up there with the SEC because they're in the same region, has some of the greatest players, but we know what happens with white people play with the money. So my mind is, if a billionaire just dropped the bag and they made it to where kids wanted to come, right? I'm not thinking about divisions. I'm not thinking about FBS. I'm not thinking about no quote unquote Power 5 and all that marketing. I'm just thinking, if the best players come insulated to the MEAC and the SWAC, the Celebration Bowl would then be the de facto best bowl game on TV. So I'm not even saying we got to go up a level. Like, we ain't got to go through all that. If we just make our thing, and Scotty always talks about this, I don't think we should pull out of NCAA because that's too much of our own independent. That's a lot of responsibility.
NAIA, if not worse, and that'll be a terrible mistake.
Yeah, it's a lot of benefits to being in NCAA. But I'm saying, if we go insulate and we make this thing and really make a pitch, like get some of the best negotiators and pitch people to get money piled in the SWAC and then the MEAC, it can really be the de facto Like the numbers are growing. So if the talent comes, it's almost like the NCAA or the big conferences would have to readjust to us. Forget trying to really align to them. That's realign to us. Because is there a thing?
People, though. Still got to beat
Is
people.
there? No. I agree. I definitely. That's what I'm saying. Get the talent and then build with that. But is there a limit to money FCS schools can get, or is there like
not really?
We're the same as FBS.
No. The one of the biggest difference between FCS and FBS, and Blue, if you're still here, please chime in on this as well. Scholarships, FCS programs offer 63 max scholarships. D2 is 36. FCS is 63. FBS, I think, just moved up to 105. I think so. A lot of it, I think, is that it's also Title IX stuff too. What's what you got to deal with as well. But see, the big thing that people people want to talk about. So, okay, we need to move up to FBS. My thing is nuts, and this is what I say it's crazy. People get hung up on you have to get the $5 million entrance fee. That's not the issue. The issue is all those scholarships you got to maintain for all your sports. See, people just look at it as that's just a football thing. If you go to an FBS conference, you got to maintain the scholarship limits for every single sport that's in that conference. So it can't just be a football thing. You got to go all across the board. For your non-revenue sports, exactly. So I guess the thing is that, like I said, like 2 points to make. I like to say about the billionaire and whatnot. Here's one thing to say about this, though. That's another one question I always ask. What is your biggest selling point besides HBCU status? Because people say that stuff, I never get a direct answer.
Well, gentlemen, what is the biggest selling point for FCS white school? It ain't no different.
Right.
I can reverse that question. What
come
is
to the games, merchandise?
Yeah. What is Illinois State selling? I mean, what are they selling?
I think
nobody. See, again, I'm like this.
Sure.
I'm using your example. We're all the same weight class.
Yes.
Only thing that they're selling, because first of all, we already know they're white, so they already use that. Well, we're white, and we're better, and we got better facilities, and all that. That they do the same thing. They just don't say they just don't say white, but we already know it's white. We say it.
Yeah.
We say it. So it's not like we don't do the same thing. And what do you think? And it's so funny, as class said about the billionaire thing. And somebody said it. Literally, when you're looking at, if we were in an alternate universe,
Tyrone's right.
This whole game right here is literally FAMU and Jackson State playing. This is what this is. But you know why it's not? It's because of the money. The only reason why these guys are at Miami and these guys are at Ole Miss is because of the money. It's the only reason. When they couldn't go, they were at FAMU and they were at Jackson State. That just shows you, to your point, it's like how far and how close we are to where we were. You know, when you look at that, when it's all about, because that's what they say, you're going to play on the biggest stage, you're going to play on national TV. Well, that's all about money. And that's because they control the money.
Yeah.
Why is it that way? That's my question. How did it get that way? It was strategic.
There was also, there's almost some, okay, I don't know if you ever read the book 40 Million Dollar Slaves by William C. Roden. I read this book like several years back. And in that book, he talked about when the SEC started to integrate. This is right after USC beat the brakes off of Alabama. After the whole Bear Bryant game and whatnot. Bear Bryant said, I think the quote he said something about like, he said USC did more for civil rights in one afternoon than Dr. King could have done in 10 years. Something like that he said. So all of a sudden they start letting black folks in and whatnot. The one thing that Roden talked about in his book that, now of course some folks would disagree with this statement that he made. He talked about the fact that some of our schools, when they started to integrate, BAM started letting people in, Old Piss started letting people in, Georgia started letting people in, LSU started letting people in, etc. Some of our schools, and once again, this his words, not mine. He talked about the fact that some of our schools still say, oh, we're an HBCU, they'll still come to us. They talked about how no real adjustments were made recruiting-wise or pitch-wise to try to get people to come and play for them. It was still the same messaging, still the same tactics that were used.
Well, again, I think when somebody comes in, and this is work for you, for the Eddie Robinsons, the Big John Mayers, the Jake Gaithers, and things like that.
Like, why do we need to change?
And you got where now, because again, it's a double-edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want integration? Do you want to be able to be freely to go wherever you want to go legally? That's really what that means. That's all that means. Yes, you want that.
Well,
but the flip side of that is when they do this, when you see like a University of Mississippi who fought tooth and nail, Alabama fought tooth and nail, Florida fought tooth and nail for you not to get there.
Right.
And then because in this movement, it was like, okay, you go because we want to have opportunity, et cetera, et cetera. That's what happens. Mm-hmm. So again, on top of that, when you're not funded correctly.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're stealing my money because, again, Alabama, what did they say? And again, the argument of any school, big school is we got facilities, we got resources. That's what they tell you. Mm-hmm. Look, well, why do you think every SEC school has these $400 million athletic complexes?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
We got facilities. We can take care of you. We got all this. We got a training table. We got all that. Again,
I will say this, though, also. Bama State and PV got some of the best facilities in all of FCS. And I won't die on that hill. Bama State, definitely top 5. PV, definitely top 5 FCS facilities. Absolutely. I guess the question is, do we know how to sell it correctly, though? That's my only question. That's my only point.
Well, I mean, again, I got to say, I guess with anything, and again, I could just look at FAMU. You can just look at the schools that's successful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jackson State, Grambling, Tennessee State, South Carolina State, FAMU that have been consistently all the way through. Look, South Carolina, I don't think people understand how little South Carolina State is.
Oh, no. I've been to that campus.
And how underfunded where the governor literally tried to shut South Carolina State down if it wasn't for my guy, that's the U.S. House of Representatives, their alum. He'll come to me in a second. And he was like, hell no.
Was that Haley or was that someone else trying to shut down? Was that Haley or
she was the governor? She was the governor at the time, right?
Right. Okay.
She was the governor at the time, and
so that was her that tried to shut it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they were like, hell no. And you gotta understand, South Carolina State and probably still at the time had more players in the NFL than any other HBCU because they developed players.
They had more players. I think they had most players in the state of South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. They had more people there from the Gamecocks, Furman, everyone. They had more folks in all those Coastal Carolina. All those people, definitely Hall of Famers, I guess.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down. Appreciate y'all conversation.
Hey man, thank you, man. Happy New Year to you.
Good New Year.
Best class. Thank you so much, man. Great stuff.
So we go, big 3rd and 12 inside Ole Miss's territory.
This is good, Bishop. This is fun, man.
Oh, can he get it? He did it.
Oh no, you're ahead of me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brown. You know, I mean, we're doing so much talking, but yet the legendary James Clyburn, the legendary.
Oh, that hurts.
Hey, man, we got a game here, man. And that's why that field goal that looms so long now. Now what you want to see is can Trinidad Chambers turn it on now.
Oh,
this
that
is
hurts.
Part of the game when he started played in Georgia, he started turning it on.
That hurts. That was a long drive, too. That hurts. Oh, man. Bishop, I've never hosted a show with you before, man. This is fun. This is good. I'm actually enjoying this, man.
So, yeah. So, back to something I was saying. So, yeah, one thing I'm looking to do, because I've seen too many kids that are getting taken advantage of.
Yes.
Is that I'm really going to put together a crew to provide a service to starting with HBCU players and FCS players, low level, well, not low level, group of 5 players. That I think, because again, the Power 5 guys, again, a lot of them have agents, major agents.
Yes.
But we got a lot of kids that, again, don't understand the financial implication of just getting $10,000.
Getting bad advice as a whole, man.
You know, so that's one of the things I'm really going to look to do, because like I said, from the tax standpoint, from the legal contracts, and again, I saw somebody saying you can read a contract and people don't, and that's what I'm saying about it, me working with lawyers every day. The biggest thing I've learned from lawyers is you can read a contract and still don't understand it.
Yes.
And that's the most important thing when you got a lot of these kids. When I see the NIL agent. I go look up and it's somebody, some fake person that wants to be a fake agent that has no legal or contractual background. Because like me, I have contractual background. So I can look at contracts, I can create contracts. I know what the laws are and things like that. Same thing with tax implications and things like setting up a business. But you got all these kids that are going out here and then they're letting people that are taking 15, 20, 25, 30% of an NIL. That's ridiculous.
Bishop, you know what I just thought about just now? You mentioned that. I saw that 30 for 30. It was the one about Marcus Dupree, the greatest that never was. And all that money that he did not get because he had his quote unquote pastor, agent, whatever, running his stuff and took all of his money. If he would have had some proper representation, he would have walked away with much more than what he had.
Well, I mean, and he go way back. I'm talking, you got guys now.
Yeah.
Now that, again, that are still getting and taking advantage of. Like I said, I see it. And I can literally go on Twitter and show you, and they'll show NIL representation. And I can click on that link or their Twitter, and it's some white boy that wants to play Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, who thinks he's Nevin Shapiro or something like that.
You're right.
One of those kind of guys, yeah.
So, so when you're talking about that, but I'm talking about when I did, again, and it was funny. I used to represent several guys. I tried to get a couple of guys, like I said, they all watch the game or at the game. But those guys will tell you the biggest thing that we did, because I had the advantage of so many classmates that were in finance, that we knew how to set them up tax-wise. We knew when they wanted to buy a car, how the proper way to buy a car. All the different things that we would do. Again, we were agents, great contracts, stuff like that, not taking advantage of guys and stuff. So, again, it's an opportunity out there that I think that, again, for a lot of these kids, they're getting out here and they're getting a lot of bad advice because they got a lot of people that saying I'm an agent that makes no sense. There you go. Yeah. Agent bro. Right. And you got a lot of those people. And it's just ridiculous. And I'm looking at this and I'm looking at some of these clauses that, again, these lawyers are saying, why are you letting these clauses being put in these contracts? Well, you know why? Because their NIL agent is not a lawyer or has no legal background.
Do you think
our contracts are constructed?
How much of this do you think is this guy just saying, I want to get a bag and not knowing how everything else works?
That's 100% it is.
Okay.
Down the middle. Oh,
that's holding. Oh, you gotta pull that in. Bishop, think you're a little bit ahead of me. Bro, you gotta pull that in, man. You gotta pull that in.
Late too.
Corny. Oh.
Was that third down? No, second down.
I think that was second.
Yeah, they have.
No, that was first down. Good play call. Go for the jugular. Man. Bishop, I'll hang on to the end of the third quarter if that's okay with you.
No, man, no problem.
Okay.
I'm in the Club Metro in Martin Luther King. Can you buy everything?
Wow, that's funny.
Shout out to my man, Will Jackson, Mississippi Product. Shout out to Uncle Willie, man. Happy New Year to you. Appreciate you watching, hanging out with us. Brother. And they say you can be doing a lot of things, but you're here with us. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you this. You're going to see this play. This is a play that Ohio State tried to run, and Ole Miss actually ran it correctly. when they did the pick six for Miami, when they did the pick six, they actually ran the play correctly.
Mm-hmm. He actually picked up that block. Bishop, I'm getting Ferris State flashbacks, man. The way he's starting to move this ball now.
I'm trying to tell you, he gonna get cooking.
And here's the thing: not a single D1 program had offered him.
You know, that's the thing, man. When you look at that, when you look at this is a tremendous story. When you look at Trinidad Chambers, and
Absolutely.
remember, he didn't even. Now, I don't think people understand. He was not the starter at Ole Miss at the beginning of the season.
He wasn't. So he transferred for a chance, and he got his chance. And you know, we don't know how his waiver is going to go. Now I don't know how the waiver is going to work out, but he's in the rhythm.
Let me tell you something. The state of Mississippi has some of the best lawyers in the country. Them redneck Madlock mofos, if they turn that down, trust me, they will turn the NCAA upside down.
Whew. So now the NCAA's got to ask them, do they want those kind of problems?
No, that's why they're going to give him that waiver. They're not going to play a game with that. They're going to give him that waiver. Hell, they letting basketball players that playing in the G League to come play. They're not going to stop that kid.
And he already re-upped. He's not going to LSU.
Oh, no. Why go to LSU when Ole Miss is going to give him $5 million?
Mm-hmm.
And he's comfortable.
He likes it there.
No, exactly. I mean, there's no need to leave. I wouldn't leave. I mean, you're getting the money. You're going to be the starter. You know the team.
You're going to be a high draft pick when you come out.
So they're going to recruit well. This is a big field goal right here.
This is 54.
No! Woo! Woo!
Ugh.
Boy, that white boy turned pale as milk right there.
Goodness. Well, I feel like watching the Golf Channel. But now we need to score. We need to score now. We got to get one.
Nerves. That's what's going on with these kickers.
Yes.
Guys, I'll be right back.
Gotcha. Hope y'all enjoying yourselves. These commercials.
Hey, I'm back. Hey, man, listen. Got Mr. Campbell on here. Got my man John Branch, Bethune-Cookman alum down there, proud school teacher down there in Texas. Hey, man, it's the watch party. Ole Miss, University of Miami, HBCU Coaches Corner, off script channel with no off script. I'll let y'all deal with that. But hey, man, just want to have a little fun. 2026, man, going to get it started. Having a great conversation with all you guys. Appreciate everybody coming up, man. Tell me about your school. Tell me about what you got going on. As school started, who you guys recruiting, all that good stuff, man. We got one more quarter almost to go. You know, just kind of hanging out on a Thursday night, man, just enjoying the game. Want to tell me what you guys think. Hey, man, can Trinidad Chambers, man, keep the miracle, the Mississippi Miracle going? Or the University of Miami, as they say, as the U back.
I hope he doesn't keep it going. But, man.
Yeah, I think this is a good question. Let me see. What's that kid's name? Because I thought he was, I didn't see him immediately. I don't know if he's come back. I'll have to look. Yep, Miami does have to score.
We do. We need to score.
Because this is one of those games you don't want Ole Miss to get up. Because people got to understand that building And say, I got to stand the Miami fans. They're like, we're going to win this game because we're going to spend all our money at home for 2 weeks from now.
Right.
But everybody from the state of Mississippi that's white is at that game.
Yes.
That whole building is red. So you don't want that crowd. And that's what I think happened with Georgia. I think Georgia was shocked down at the Sugar Bowl, how that crowd turned because it was mostly Ole Miss fans.
Yeah.
And mind you, he doesn't miss it. Ole Miss is up.
Yeah. Then we're having a whole different conversation after that. But these drop picks, though, Bishop, if you get one of those picks, he doesn't make even drive there to get the field goal. We get the ball back.
Yeah. This right here is funny, bro.
That's terrible.
They done spent every dime.
I'm done.
Car notes not getting paid. Mortgage not getting paid.
Child support ain't getting paid.
No tobacco being bought.
Damn moonshine ain't going nowhere.
And there you go, Joe. You said Miami needs to run the football. And what did they do? Come right out with Fletcher with a big run.
Oh, that's big. That's big. There you go, Fletcher. They're getting beat up front.
110 yards.
They're getting beat up front, Bishop. He's at the century mark.
Bill, but yeah, you know, like I said, you know they're gonna wild out.
See, Karen.
Yeah, they deep. They deep. Because, like I said, this is historic for them. They never have had this.
They've never been this far. Never have.
So again, I get it. If I was one of them Ole Miss rednecks, I'd do the same thing. Because you might not never see that. You understand? So they ain't seen this in over 60 years, damn near.
Yeah.
And they have not seen it in the modern era, period. They went to the Sugar Bowl a couple of times, but I'm talking about actually play for a championship. They haven't done it in the modern era.
They're used to getting power driven by Georgia, by Bama, but everyone else, LSU, and now it's like, why can't it be us?
Well, that's the funny thing. I made a post on my Facebook page that, you know, and again, I have no problem. People can root for whoever, but again, everybody knows I'm a big HBCU fan, period. And how people act like these other SEC schools are not exactly like Ole Miss.
Thank you.
How they are. All these SEC schools are the exact same way. Now, Ole Miss got the name, which is hard, you know, and the Rebels and all that, but they're all the same. And it just tickles me when I sit back and I watch this. And I'm saying this to set up, because you have white people in Mississippi. They can't understand, especially other than this time, because Hugh Freeze has really turned the program around. They had the time with Eli Manning a little bit, but they never gonna understand why Alabama is good and they're not good. Because they're like, Alabama in their mind is just the same. It's just the same racist rednecks.
Yeah. Gotcha. All right. Bishop getting ready to take off, man.
Hey, Brent, appreciate you hanging out with me, man. Like I say, always good to get that opposite opinion and just a good opinion, man. So listen, man, shout out to Brent.
And folks, believe it or not, man, me and Bishop, we're both HBC supporters. Even though, man, I'm like one too. I just like to have conversations. I just like talking about the same thing, just different sides of the conversation now, I guess. That's it.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all be good.
Yep. Hey, yeah, Franklin, Coach Beefy is gone. Hey, see you, Branch. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. The question is, where is he going? Did he get another opportunity? You know, who is Jack State going to hire for the strength and conditioning coach? You know, it's going to be some interesting things that go on with that. D says it's going to be about someone probably in the DFW airport money. Yeah, that's where they got to connect on their flights. That's funny. Oh, yeah, well, 100%. Well, we'll also remember they had a legendary coach coming out of segregation to integration, Bear Bryant. That also helps. So when you had a legendary coach, you know, again, because I think, what's that? Johnny Vault, who are Ole Miss, I think he was 50s and 60s. Again, so again, Bear Bryant ushered in Alabama, which was a dominant team already, and ushered them into integration. And that's why Alabama dominated. Again, people don't understand. Florida didn't get good really until Steve Spurrier got down there. So when you're looking at that, LSU was not a good program. LSU wasn't no bomb program when I was growing up until Nick Saban got there, and then they started making their run. LSU was a backwater program. They went 7, 8 games, 6 games, 5 games. Yep, there you go, and that's what killed them. And that's the reason why, honestly, Jack State was the best program in the state for the longest time. It had the most talent. Nobody went to Ole Miss. Nobody. Here we go. Fourth quarter, 17-16, Miami with the ball. Yeah, nah. LSU was not no blue blood program. LSU didn't get good until Nick Saban got there. Anybody knows college football will tell you that they were really literally a second tier program until Nick Saban got there. Because again, back then you're talking about Alabama, Tennessee, really, Auburn, Georgia, Steve Spurrier in the 90s. That's when Florida came about. That's really what the programs, and that's why Alabama was really so dominant. So that kind of tickles me when I hear Ryan Clark talk about LSU, and he acting like LSU is Alabama. I'm like, bro, stop. But again, they kept the players because that's what a lot of the kids in Louisiana, they would go to Texas. A lot of those kids would go to Texas. They would just kill them. And then LSU, like I say, Nick Saban started getting those Louisiana kids and started to lock that state down. But again, as you can see, even now with Brian Kelly, you can see where LSU is at. And compared to Alabama, who even with Kalen DeBoer is still above LSU. Yeah. Alabama was going through it. Had that one championship with Gene Stallings. And then they had they probably had, until Saban got there, they probably went after Stallings, they probably went through 5 coaches. And then that's when Auburn was really killing them with Pat Dye. And here's that defense. And I'm going to say this. I told guys, Carson Beck was going to have to play a game, and he has not played a game to win this game. And this is what's kind of dangerous. And now here you got Trinidad Chandler's coming back on the field. Yeah, Carson Beck, 15-24, 175 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Trinidad Chandler's is only 16-26, 153 yards with no interceptions, no touchdowns. And there you go. And that's when you see some of the rise again of Florida State. You saw Florida, Miami. You saw things starting to shift. You just see any of the Big Ten teams winning national championships. It all switched. That's when that Florida power structure, even the Texas schools. Texas didn't win a championship. A&M has never won a championship in the modern era. And I think, and I'll tell you, people with Texas will tell you, I know a lot of my boys went to A&M, and they are still pissed off with all the money that they spend, and they can't get a championship. Shout out to my brother Larry Sargent. Yeah, man, I'm a big college football guy when it comes to that and historic and how it runs and stuff like that. So it's amazing. But here's what you guys are looking at now. All that doesn't matter. Look at Indiana. Oregon has had that Nike money, but Oregon is, quote unquote, I mean, they've come up. But look at Oregon. Look at the Final Four. Miami's been down since 2000s. Ole Miss has never been there. Why? Because of NIL money. All the NIL money has changed the dynamic because these kids, once again, and here's, I guess, a good thing, these kids are not going to sit in Alabama and wait 3 or 4 years to start. For what? I go to Indiana and get the same money because I'm getting the revenue share automatically, and now I got NIL money. That's the same money that Alabama's got. So, you know, you look at that. This is going to be very interesting the next 5 years when you see schools like the traditional powers like Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Texas, Penn State, those name schools, USC. Look at USC, how far they've gone. Those people are going crazy. Now you're talking about USC with big money. This is USC, Heisman trophies, national champions, LA. You ain't heard of people out of USC in these playoffs. It brought Lincoln Riley in there. He hasn't done it. They got a Heisman trophy with Caleb Williams. But USC, you would think USC in this modern era with NIL, it's LA, all those big time alums that they got out there, that they would be able to do something. USC is not there. Again, who would think that Indiana would be here and not USC? Well, that's what happens when Marion was open, but that's what happens when you feel the pressure. Yeah, big time. They got all the money in the world. Phil Knight pays everything since day one. And they can't get it. And I'll tell you this. How would you feel if you're Phil Knight and you Oregon is Nike and you lose to Indiana? And I think Indiana's an Adidas school. How you think that's gonna fly with Dan Landon? All facts right here. Now, can we see Trinidad Challenge come with that magic? One thing about it, you have not seen the Ole Miss receivers get behind the defensive backs for Miami. Yep, absolutely. Bama was not good in the 90s, in the early 90s. Lacey needed that. Yeah, I agree. That's what they said. Those guys played, Willie. Woo! Okay, y'all gonna have to tell me who Trinidad Chandler's mama. Well, what is she? Because clearly he got a black daddy somewhere. Big time, Franklin. I mean, has it really leveled the playing field? And what you're seeing when you're talking about coaching, you see the teams like the Georgias. Kirby Smart, great coach. But I think sometimes you start resting on you think you got more talent. He got a guy coached by Pete Golden. And I think that's where you're going to see a recalibration of coaching now, because you're really not going to be able to out-talent people. Look at Ohio State. Ryan Day got out-coached by Cristobal. All that talent. Big money first rounders all over the place with Ohio State. They won the Big Ten in the last 2 years. They won a national championship, yeah. But they still didn't win the Big Ten the last 2 years. And they got eliminated by Miami. You think those people are happy at Ohio State with a $35 million payroll? Big time. You haven't heard the names Bain and Mesidor taking over this game. Those were the names that you were supposed to hear all game. Bain, Mesidor. You haven't heard them. No, that's not a catch. No. Nah, he didn't catch that. Yeah, how you call that a catch? Big 39. 9 minutes left in the game. Here you go. And now you're talking to, listen, you don't want that kid to start talking to that defensive lineman. It's 17-16, University of Miami. 8:54. Whoa. What are they calling here? Wow. That'll put him in field goal range.
Second time the targeting has been reviewed. They picked up the flag in the first half against Ole Miss.
Look at that target. Again, let's watch the pressure here from the outside, the backside of the quarterback. Watch Chandler's right at the last second be able to make that throw right over the umpire. Takes this hit, keeps his focus, tough guy, and then here's what we got to ask Bill about. They took one off earlier. This time, is that a launch, Bill? What are your thoughts on this hit by Luke?
You do have a launch, and I'd still consider him a defensive.
Nah, yeah.
Because he's going to the ground and he hasn't completed.
How was it different than the first one?
Different from the first one is that there was no launch, there was no upward thrust. This is launching.
Yeah. They're going to get targeted on this. Hey, listen, I love the Quinn Gray hire. I think we've got, in this coaching cycle, we made the best hire for FAMU. I think that the FAMU alums and faithful and even the football players are excited. Yeah. And I think a lot of people, we brought Clinton Portis from Delaware State, offensive, our running back coach. Ryan Lewis, former defensive coordinator for Alabama State. Ron Dugans, wide receiver coach. Man, we are making some big moves. Billy Rowe comes back, legendary high school coach that was on Willie Simmons' staff. So, man, they are making some moves.
He's got a solid quarter this year out of the game. I can play great tonight, too. Ole Miss set for the 21-yard line penalty is beginning to become a major factor for Miami. They were a big part of their second loss of the season at SMU. At 12 that game. 8 now.
They're going to start at their own 10-yard line here this fourth quarter.
Yeah. Shout out to those Southern Jaguars making some power moves in the recruiting. Saw a lot of commits that Marshall Falk and that crew is doing. Man, I'm excited to see what that program is going to look like. I'm wondering what the quarterback situation is going to look like. They thought that they might have the quarterback from Houston that was a Baton Rouge kid that's now going to Tulane. Who's going to be the starter at quarterback for Southern? Hey, he is still in the portal. Henry, he's still in the portal. I know he is taking visits. I will say this though, from word on the street is that Alabama State is coming back strong and showing all the opportunities that he can for coming back. So don't be shocked if Andrew comes back to Alabama State. Oh wow! Now Miami, what is Miami doing? Look at Michael Irvin in the background. Miami's defensive line looks tired.
In the second half, and it looks right now like the team Methodor is also down. So that means a true freshman, Jabari Antoine, is in number 16, and Ethan O'Connor is holding down the other corner spot. Both starting corners out of this game for my
Wow. Both starting corners out for Miami. Look for Ole Miss when they get that ball back to go deep.
Second time it's 3. 65. I know.
Is this what he's doing now?
As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a sport.
Yeah, that's not good at all. Miami, listen, you lose your 2 starting cornerbacks. Miami has to hold Ole Miss to 3 right here. It really is. We've seen this before on all levels. Hey, man, shout out to everybody that's been hanging out with us, man. HBCU Coaches Corner, Mr. Campbell holding it down. Rocky had to take care of a little family business, so I'm holding it down, talking to you guys. Appreciate you guys coming up, man. Got a great game. First of the year. Happy New Year to everybody. Looking forward to a lot of great shows on HBCU Coaches Corner. Big defensive stand, big offensive stand. Again, does the miracle of Mississippi keep going? Can Miami get back to Miami and play for a national championship at home? Gotta see. Like I said, I told everybody, Carson Beck has not played well in this game. He has not been a difference maker. And they can't find a second receiver to complement Tony, other than Marion with his big play.
Ole Miss down 1 with the football. And Miami, their set leader, the emotional leaders of this team.
Uh-oh.
The locker not that did not look good. Watches his phone out here, ready a picture of the right arm.
And that's not good. If that means he might not be able to play for the championship.
Second and goal for the Rebels. Miami 5 going to take the lead here in the final 8 minutes.
Yeah, Marion had that big touchdown.
Alexander and the receivers in position to the correct snap. Now move around and Chambliss goes back in shotgun position. So appreciate Rico here. After all that, you get it to Lacey and Chambliss goes to the right end, picks up only about a yard. So third and goal coming up.
This is where Chambliss, where they like Charlie White Jr. likes to use his legs down inside the 10-yard line. We saw last week in Portland. This is where they like to use that +1 zone. Here holds it now to quick race to get around the corner, pick up some good yardage. Third down.
Third down.
In these scoring goal situations, despite how explosive this Rebels offense is. Chambliss.
Go.
They try to get Lacey out of the backfield. Deontay Scott was in coverage. And here comes Cordero one more time.
If he would have just waited and beat Deuce Alexander, I think was able to come free behind this throw to Lacey. To the back, if he just would have taken maybe one more hit. And Deuce Alexander reacted by moving his hands in frustration. So Miami's defense, despite all those mistakes, the way he hits.
Oh, man, be my definitely high money. Man, listen, when you got that, listen, a couple of things. Remember, there's revenue share in the SEC. So everybody in the SEC is getting a minimum $130,000. on top of the NIL compared to the ACC, who does not have the same type of television contract. Now, Miami has one of the best NILs out there. One of the huge, so they're paying their guys big money. But to your point, that's the reason why you're seeing the Ole Miss team almost one step away from playing the national championship. Feel free if you want to jump up. You know me, tell them what you got going on. Had a lot of great conversations through the night. Appreciate everybody. N.O. Joe, S-Class, JB, Al from Detroit. Appreciate everybody coming up.
One bottle? Hey, I'll get some burgers after this. So in. Just the sides and the top, please. I'm saying, keep it tight. Dude, this is great. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what they really needed. They would have needed a touchdown. But that puts the pressure on. Because, again, a field goal on the other side puts them back up for Miami. Say, I hate when coaches put their quarterback shotgun. We've seen it because everybody runs the spread, Franklin. Everybody runs the spread, and that's what you got. No, it hasn't. Schedule has not come out yet. Probably usually in about 2 weeks. Oh, yeah.
He said he was stopping his kicking foot a little bit too short. Wanted to really follow this one through. That's going to be intentional for him if he gets another opportunity in this game.
Here we go. Ole Miss kicking off.
Maybe 4 of them, and he has put Ole Miss on top, one of the heroes of the win in the Sugar Bowl. Tomorrow, the second CFP Showdown.
Carson Beck, this is what they pay you all this money for. Come with a drive. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us for the watch party, man. 2026, just hanging out with our off-script HBCU Coaches Corner family, man. A lot of you guys been us from the very beginning, man. Got a good crowd checking us all out, man. Appreciate everybody checking us out. Carson Beck, 1 for 6 with 19 yards and interception in this half. $15 yards. Yeah. Better take that. And remember, in college, it's only 15 yards, not spotted the ball. Yeah, my goodness. You know, Darren, I'm gonna think about it. You know what I mean? I think I want to. I'll have to see how I feel, but yeah, I think we'll probably do something because that's gonna be some interesting storylines tomorrow, Indiana and Oregon, here in Atlanta. So yeah, you know, we probably might get something together for you guys if you guys want us to do it. Let us know. Put in the chat if you want to do another watch party for the Oregon Indiana game.
against ranked teams in his career. This is Fletcher around the end. Mark Fletcher even zip on shoved out of the house, but he's in all this territory.
Yeah, here goes Miami.
61. Now you know what? Good job. Sit there and Fletcher knows he can always count on 61. Now he finds Brooks and using speed, the physical guy.
It's Griffin, you know, hey, listen, we're going to do it. Let's do it. Hang out with us. Shout out to A Willer 338. Go. Slips. Shit, they telling me they want to score 2 schools. Scoring is point blank, period. Yeah, Rock had a little bit of family stuff to do. Yeah, he probably free. Second and 11. Watch Tony. What did I say? What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say? I saw it. What did I just say? I saw it wide open. The freshman, the Santana Moss clone. Yeah, these, you know, I understand, you know, it shouldn't have scored, but sometimes you score, you got to score. So now this is what you got defense for. I saw that a mile away. I see. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's a bit. Kevin Williams was good, but Santana was a way better receiver. Malachi Tony is a better receiver, so that's why I say Santana instead of Kevin Williams. Derek, you wild on that. 17. Should be a senior in high school right now. Reclassified. So here comes Trinidad Chandler. Can he bring his team down? Got to get a touchdown.
He plays his best when the lights are the brightest.
5 minutes, 5-minute drive. Remember, last we heard, both starting quarterbacks from Miami were out.
That's the same goal he made a little bit earlier. Safety back deep. Miami's trying to think, let's keep everything in front of us. The problem is they're creating a lot of space underneath. And he does a nice job of instead of working from right here. Watch the safety how deep he is. The corner on the outside, go for that outside receiver. She had a lot of room to be able to work with. This tight end's been taking control here. Jacoby Thomas
The most underutilized player in college football is a tight end who could be totally dominant if people would use him. Yeah, the starting cornerbacks are out. So to me, I'm doing a pump fake. Ooh. They both got hurt. Miami with that traditional man-to-man, man cover 2. Man, I'm going to tell you something. We have had, if you look at it, guys, if we start and think about this, as far as games that we watch and we care about, and we'll include these, you had a great game in the SWAC championship game, Prairie View, Jack State. Unbelievable game, upset. On the other side, you had Delaware State, South Carolina State. Basically, MEAC championship game, great game. You fast forward, you see a great game in the Celebration Bowl. Then now these playoffs, Georgia and Ole Miss, Miami versus Ohio State, the FCS game. This game, man, we've had some really good football in the last month. Ooh, threw that too quick. Oh, wow. And that's the freshman. That's the freshman.
It's against Rollins, who had a big game last week. See Mario's reaction. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this right here. That contact. Right,
no, he's holding up.
It's a foul.
Oh, yeah, he's grabbing him. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, here he goes. Here he goes. Here he goes. This is what playmakers do. This is when you have a black quarterback. Here you go.
He hasn't really had many opportunities to step up and out with the way Miami is playing. That time he picked the right time.
That Miami defensive line, we just have not heard Bain's name, a number 1 pick in the next draft. We just have not heard his name. Messador's back out there too, his running partner. Hey, man, listen. I'm sorry. This boy here, I'm not no Ole Miss fan, but I'm a Trinidad Chambliss fan. That is incredible. That is incredible. Man, you know, this is tough, man. I know black people in Mississippi. I know they just they don't know what to do about this. Say his name, spell his name right. Unbelievable. Trinidad Chambers. Right there in the cover two. Right there in that cover two, right in that hole. And he did it if we saw it. FCS watchers saw this kid. Now, University of Miami, the legends on the sideline, the Michael Irvins, the Ed Reeds, the Ray Lewises. Jimmy Johnson's probably there. Carson Beck, $4 million, $5 million, $3 million. Now's his chance. I mean, looking like a rich fool, D. Getting a check every time Ole Miss advances. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You gotta like good football. I'm sorry, you just gotta like. This is a great game. This is what we want. And here we go, University of Miami. Can Malachi Tony do it again? Yeah, I look for Marion also. Well, no, I said looking for Marion.
Trying to find some one-on-one matchups. This is what he likes to do. Trust him. Pick the ball out very, very early. I think if he puts more air into that, gives his receiver maybe a chance to run underneath it. But you're right. They can go after man, and they like that matchup into the boundary. Oh, increases beyond the line of scrimmage in the second half.
I'm gonna tell you a play they have a random running back out the backfield. Out and up. I think that's open for Miami. You clearly are from Mississippi. That is beyond. That is, you got to be Mississippi to know how funny that is right there. That is hilarious. Now remember, Miami doesn't have to score a touchdown. They can kick a field goal to go into overtime. But don't leave too much time for Trinidad Chambers. Because we do know this, Ole Miss got a kicker. That boy within 55 yards, he can hit it. Oh, yeah, they got to score. They ain't got no choice. Game be over, they don't score here. He didn't catch it clean the first time. He catch it clean the first time. He got it. Second and 10. Middle of the field is wide open.
And it's a good job here of recognizing that by the leader of this defense, T.J. Roderick, able to see that, anticipate, be in position, make that tackle.
2 minutes, 3rd and 8. Of course, it's 2 down territory for Miami. Trinidad Chambliss, Ferris State D2 football player, making history. Ole Miss, who's never been in this position, half of the state of Mississippi down in Arizona, and University of Miami, trying to have a national championship game in their home stadium. Let's see what they got.
Fortunately, I didn't check to see if anyone was watching before I stole cotton candy from the tower. Checking off state first was really smart. Not checking the Jumbotron, not smart. Well, at least I checked off state first and saved hundreds. Was it worth it? Yeah. Right now,
this will be incredible. This will be one of the most incredible football runs that you would ever, first of all, because of the transfer portal, that you would have ever seen something like this. And if he can complete the task to win a D2 championship and jump a level, 2 levels up to the highest level, man, that would be unbelievable. Got a lot of people that play, man, the NCAA on their road to glory. Here's Trinidad. Well, I don't know if you guys, he got the AT&T commercial, national commercial. Hey, listen, Blue, I'm telling you, they're going to recruit players with length. But these players here are the reason why Ole Miss is winning. And those kids are not going anywhere. You know, here's the thing. He has to be. Because I'm trying to think of kids jumping. Yeah, first of all, you got to remember, back in the day, you would have to sit out a year. So that definitely didn't happen. The new formula, and we know all the people that won championship, nobody from North Dakota State, Montana, all these other schools, none of their quarterbacks. So he definitely probably have to be the first one, 100%. 2 minutes left. 24-19, 3rd and 8, Miami. On the 41-yard line of Miami. So they're still on their side of the field. They're not even in field goal range yet. Oh, wow. They are going after those corners. That's Marion. They said they like the matchup. Cam Newton, okay, junior college. Won a junior college national championship and then won Auburn. Oh, wow. That hurt. Oh, yeah. Didn't even have to do it either. Didn't even have to do it. Wow. Will that make the difference? They're about 10 yards outside the field goal range. Clock ticking.
Just around the field goal range for Davis, but back taking touchdown. They're not going to take a step. Spins free and throws it high. On the near sideline, no signal yet.
Wow.
This guy's done everything this year. Watch these picks. One hand, and then somehow.
No way. I don't know about that one. That look at that cat. Is this toe tap? Oh.
It's under review. When you come down and you want to do a toe tap, you have to definitely show a toe and heel up. He came down with his foot.
Yeah, they're not gonna give him that. That was a catch. That was unbelievable. This kid's 17 years old, y'all. This kid has to play for 2 more years before he can go to the NFL. After this, of course. His junior year. Unbelievable. Derek said the toe touchdown first.
He's trying to come back and help him out. He must have got up well over 10 feet to be able to make that catch. It'll be a third down weapon. Third down. He said the game clock. So another crucial third down in this game.
Big third.
The third and 8, they got the face mask. The last time they had a third down, they got the first.
Beckett's got to be poised right here.
They're still within range. But Davis would be the longest one he's been in Miami. And nobody feel real comfortable about that.
And quarterback's got to be smart, not taking his set.
Slant.
Well, the Rebels bring some pressure. They got down. Looks near sideline. Daniels makes the catch. Robinson's near the marker. And the spot is going to get
First down.
At the 35.
I really think because he knew where he had to go, he was a yard beyond the first down marker. I think he caught the ball close to already having the first down. He does give me the extra effort there with that ball. But I think the catch initially, putting that effort there for sure against that.
He went down, ball was.
Clock ticking.
Minute 10 on the counter. Back again. Lobs it. High. Daniel just could not come down with it.
That effort, that play by C.J. Daniels on 36 makes the catch, gets the first down. Now assures them, at the very least, of being in field goal range. If that's incomplete, then you're looking at a long field goal, right? So he set it down. Great effort. At the 35 already in field goal range.
Here we go. 2nd and 10. Probably need about another 10 yards. I'm going to say if they really won't feel comfortable with that field goal kicker. Oh.
That's what you don't want to do. They're going to throw away. It's over the 12th row. This is crazy. Watch how close he's come to Perkins. Rather than taking that chance to throw it up.
3rd and 10.
Once he put it top, and that's tough by a quarterback. Takes away all those throwing plans to window.
He rolled right into the heavy traffic now. How risky do you play? They are in field goal range. It's a long distance one. 4-man rush. Back across the middle. First down.
First down.
17. And Malachi Tony catches the attention of the line.
And Marion coming up big. Marion's got to be over 100 yards receiving.
Year of college football. His first with the Hurricanes under all of that experience and mental strength to play here. It's a keeper.
What was that? What was that?
Not something you really want to see there. Because watch the intention by the linebackers on Malachi Tony. He's trying to just go in there and then pull him out. Opens up that lane right there, and Carson Beck throws an absolute loser in there for that conversion to Marion.
Nice route concept.
Now we see well within range for Davis, but that would just force overtime. How aggressive is Dawson and Beck want to play this go for the win right here?
I think you go for the win. I mean, you get a veteran quarterback, you have an offense right now that's in the groove. You can go to him, but what do you call it? You take shots off? No, I think you do what you've been doing. I think you're going to work Malachi Tony. You try to get that screen game going, try to make this secondary and it's struggle to tackle now.
But I'm with 2 timeouts, so anything in that playbook is wide open. I still think that running back pass out up is going to be wide open. I don't know what you're trying. Yeah, you shouldn't be trying to send the ball this early. Throw it to him right now. They're giving the first down.
So he showed a quick pass to CJ Daniels right here and tried to sneak Malachi Tony. He was taking it early. How about the patience to work all the way back to that backside and once again find Marion for another catch? 7 receptions, 114 yards.
Boy, you wow.
In that case, he was Ole Miss. Right on defense, he took that timeout. Smart.
And at this point, it's both. You can make a case for both sides. I think Miami could continue again to be positive. Because fourth quarter, what we've seen all these league champions, into that field goal, and how that Shady responds, what answer by the Canes to go back up by 5 and bring up Trinidad Daniels into the answer. Into the answer, 2-pointer. They go up by 3. You think Miami's down and out? Nope. Here they come back, down 3. Chance maybe to take the lead here in regulation, not even thinking about it all the time.
Very slow tempo offense, but they broke it in 2:42, 67 yards and 13 plays. First and goal.
Can Ole Miss make a play? Tony tight up top.
Marty Brown barrels down to the 2. Picked up 5. And Cristobal now will spend one of his 2 remaining timeouts with 23 seconds.
Why are we not surprised that Mario Cristobal, after they moved the ball all the way down the field with Carson back, you're thinking about Tony or you're thinking about Marion or what are they going to do instead?
Yeah, Mr. Kingpin, I think those of us from the state feel the exact this way. You know, you see a lot of these kids. These are black kids from Mississippi. You want a roof like every other state does. But again, that history of Ole Miss is just hard, man. And like I say, I'm from Jackson, man. It's just hard. It is really hard. But again, I feel for those young men, like I say, from little country towns, getting to be on this stage. You know, we'll see. It's kind of hard. This is the play that they ran right here that to beat Texas A&M. Let's see the setup. I'll let you know if they're going to run it. Now, most of those kids are from Mississippi. That's not true. Most of those kids from Ole Miss are from Mississippi. That's those are Mississippi kids. They got kids in the port, but a lot of those, majority of those kids are from Mississippi. Trinidad is not. Oh, wow. 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 That was great by Carson Beck. He didn't panic. Saw the lane and ran it in. Yep. Because at least they didn't want him to score a touchdown. And I thought they might have had him. So now they got to score a touchdown.
This is the conversion. 36. Great effort by CJ Daniels. 3rd and 10. Keep on in the backside. Great throw there between those 2 linebackers. Here, trying to get that slot fade. That right sideline. Nope, comes back to Marion again. Get it here. Sees it in the middle of that. Nobody there will count the person back. Able to go to the left side. Walking it in. So right to his fan base.
The U. We've seen these games before for the University of Miami back in the day. Chris Ball, like this game ain't don't stop hugging on me. Boy, Chris Ball, like, boy, if you don't stop hugging on me.
He is a guy that he wants to win so badly. He's a pleaser. And when people get frustrated with him, he gets frustrated with them and their attitude towards him. I think he's found a home here in Miami. It's very fitting, like I said, when he had this moment. Let's go back and look.
Bruh, he want that lesson. He told them to get, as soon as this game is over, just come on down to LSU. They got 2 different plane tickets.
He saw it, took advantage of it. 75 yards. And he produced an Ole Miss miracle. Pressure comes, delivers across the middle.
Timeout.
Rebels with 1 timeout. Hold on to that timeout. You're going to play ball, you're going to fire this in the ground. So every second you can, return that chance. Get that ball fired. Maybe the Metro are back out there. We know that they were threatening after Miami taking the lead. They were
Oh, wow.
They were able to get new Chambliss months tonight just with 1 sack. They better not be celebrating the end. That's why you saw Mario Cristobal when he was.
Blue, I don't know if you saw him. Mike said he ain't say nothing that with Kane in it. He just saying to you. Well, he can throw one into the end zone. It's Trinidad Challenge, man. Give this kid a lot of credit, man. Give this kid a lot of credit. And mind you, here's the crazy thing. If they hit that field goal, they'd be in field goal range to win the game. He did. Mike said he ain't saying no hurricanes, no canes. He just saying to you. He said he don't want none of that. This is what's crazy. I'm going to say this again. That missed field goal. Wow. Shout out to Mr. Kingpin 1205, man. I don't know. I would throw another close one. I don't know. That guy, I don't know. I don't know. I would throw. What do you guys think? 6 seconds left. Those guys are 10 yards off. I'm going to take 8, 2 seconds left, and then go for it.
I think you could do that within 3-4 seconds. Mine was so far back. At least now you're looking at it 20, 25 yards.
Yeah, I'm throwing that out cut. Yep. I'm with you. I'm throwing that out cut.
Their respective schools for 1 season, for 1 chance to be in this position. That did his work. I think you're right. He thought it was going to be enough. But Chambliss trying to have the last word of this class and get what he's seen. in the Hurricanes' hometown. Before Miami called the timeout, and everybody's back deep. Now they make some adjustments.
Yeah. Now they had enough time to run that out cut. That's 3 seconds.
Very different look on defense from before the timeout. You're right. Chambliss connects the snap. Launches to the end zone. And the Miami Hurricanes head home to play for a championship.
Wow. Shout out to Mr. Kingpin, new member in the building. Appreciate you. First new member 2020. Hey, man, join the membership, man. Join the membership. Hey, man, listen. We talking, this was a great football game. This was a great football game. Trinidad Chambliss has made a name for himself. Had black folks in Mississippi begrudgingly rooting for Ole Miss. So I tell you that alone puts you as a legend in the state of Mississippi. Yeah, can't call it there. Yeah. Yeah, they wasn't gonna call that Trinidad. They're not gonna call that. The University of Miami, last team in the playoffs, go home to play for a national championship. Hey, no, we appreciate you. Thank you. Right, to go home. Wow. It was pass interference. They weren't going to call that. I always think they should just run a slant in the middle of the field to me instead of that throw it up. I always think and then see if you, I think you get more likely of pass interference when you run that post route.
So we're focused on, of course, enjoying this one, but we got to get focused on 1-0 one more time.
Exactly. Now, first and back with an opportunity there to run in on the game-winning touchdown. He's done with so much. You told him before this game.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And I'm going to say this again. If that kid doesn't miss that field goal, Ole Miss is in field goal range, they win the game. That's exactly, Chip. You run that post under those go routes and throw a strike right dead in his helmet. And you know what? If the kid, I think the kid's going to freeze. I told him, I think you go 4 wide, have that guy in the middle, and you run that post right there in that middle. You're talking about a guy that understood what the U meant, part of that U, won national championships as an offensive lineman. Unbelievable. Mario Cristobal comes back. Mario Cristobal with your boy. Saying 1-0. He took forever to run that ball in too, didn't he? Listen, this right here, and the kid had been iced the whole play all year long. That's the thing about it. And I know he's going to be, and he just hit it a little bit hard. Yeah, they couldn't make the stop when they needed it. Orlando must be LSU guys say get those coaches back to the booth. Yeah, y'all got to start recruiting. You had everybody anyway other than Weiss and the running back coach. You didn't need Weiss. Like, who was Charlie Weiss Jr.? I mean, like, Really. Lane is y'all recruiter anyway. Lane in at $25 million in NIL. Unbelievable. Yeah, that was a game. We have seen game. Listen, let's talk about it again. Celebration Bowl, the kid Prairie View, missed field goal. FCS championship, kid missed a field goal. Ohio State, kid missed a field goal. Georgia, I think the Georgia kid missed a field goal. Ole Miss kid missed a field goal. Unbelievable. I'm going to tell you this. The easiest scholarship to get, if I'm a kid, man, just be a great field goal kicker. Because that right there, look at this drive, y'all. 3rd and 6, 3rd and 10. Dot. Yeah. Kids in the foreign country will say, what state is this? Never seen it. Yeah, they're not calling that. Not calling that. Yeah, good punt is easy, but I'm going to tell you this. They ain't checking for punters like they checking for a kicker, though. Yeah. Now, if you're a kicker, you can sign wherever you want to go. So we've got one half of the bracket field. The University of Miami will be playing January 19th and their home stadium, the Hard Rock, against Oregon and Indiana. Probably have a watch party tomorrow night to see who fills up the other side of the bracket. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I want to see Indiana and Miami. Who do you guys want to see? Who do you guys want to see Miami play? You want to see them play Oregon, or you want to see them play Indiana? Put it in the chat. We're going to go for a few more minutes, then we're going to shut it down. Appreciate everybody watching the watch party. Man, I had a really good time doing this, man. Talked about a lot of great things, a lot of good talk, a lot of interesting, man. Shout out my boy Blue. Blue, we got to get together. I think we got a couple more shows we can do, you know, to really look at some of these things that we talked about tonight. Karen say, want Oregon. Branch don't want to see no parts of Indiana. Leonard say he wants to see Indiana. Think about this. When is the ever time you ever said in your life that you want to see Indiana football? That just lets you know how NIL has changed the world. I bet you I bet you 90% of you jokers, other than because you knew basketball, you wouldn't even know the mascot name of the Indiana Hoosiers. That's Class A Indiana. Yeah, I think the storylines of Indiana and Miami. Of course, the Ole Miss storyline would have been bigger because of the Lane Kiffin thing. The Indiana Ole Miss, that probably would have been the biggest storyline. But the second one is Miami, playing in Miami, bringing it back to you. Looking at Indiana, of course, what Kirk Cignetti has done. Listen, Branch, listen. That coaching, but listen, okay, you don't get the kid Mendoza from Cal without the NIL money. Remember that. You don't get all those 4th, 5th year guys, that all 3, 4, 5-star guys without the NIL money. The coaching separates them from Ohio State, but you still got to have Jimmys and Joes. The X's and O's was going to win them that championship, but they had to have players. NIL needs the money to go to right. Linda said, I love NIL flag tag. Right. It's totally new to them. I'm telling you, I guarantee I'm going to go out tomorrow because I got to go downtown. I guarantee you it's probably just like Ole Miss people were there. I guarantee there's a billion people in Atlanta from Indiana. I agree. Yeah, I think the bigger name game would have been Indiana because you would have had two schools that you never would have thought got there. And of course, the Lane Kiffin thing, that just makes the story. That just makes the story. Yeah, the better story is Ole Miss in Indiana. I totally agree on that. Look at Holly Rowe with her leather pants on. Holly Rowe like the brush. She got a black son. Coach trying to get everybody up there. Yeah, they sick. Crystal Ball still holler out 1-0. Yeah. Defense let them down. You can't let them score. The thing about you can't let them score a touchdown there. One and oh. Gotta get back to work. 1-0. Yeah, that came through on that drive. He hadn't played well at all. He was like, well, I think they said 1-9 with 19 yards up until that point in the half. That is crazy. Playing for a national championship like back in the old days, back in the old Orange Bowl. You know, them alumni came by to throw the biggest party tonight for them boys up in that hotel. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, they got money. Them boys got money up there in Oxford, Mississippi. They got money. You will not notice Mississippi per capita got some of the most millionaires in the South. And they all went to Ole Miss. The old plantation. They got that plantation money. So and trust me, when you're a team like a school like Ole Miss, and now you've had a taste of this, guess what? You want to keep drinking that liquor. You want to keep drinking that liquor. Carson Beck left Georgia because of the craziness. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. This is not football. That boy mentally was beat and they were wearing that boy out. He left Georgia with all that money to come to Miami, a team that had not been to the playoffs, had not won a conference championship, and now look at them now. Unbelievable. Nah, they ain't bad at Mike. Mike good. They big time hook. They on that drug now. Winning is contagious.
You have to be a hard hitter out there. You took a hard hit and had to come back in and fight through some adversity in this game. How are you there to be there in crucial moments for this defense to put an end to all this fun?
My teammates, all you guys, I'll be right here. I want to do what I do. It don't matter what's wrong with me. It's easy. I'm going to play that down. Let's see what happens.
And what the toughness about this team, Carson said it, when adversity struck.
Tell you one thing, this is a different group, Miami Cats. When I was coming through, all the Miami Cats was black as charcoal, boy, straight hood. Our brothers were from Liberty City, Carroll City, Perrine, pork and beans. Come on, man. Different type of cats. Oh yeah. Oh, a mouthful of gold. Who's the offensive MVP? What kind of crazy is that? Oh, they talked to Beck. I'm sorry. Beck was offensive MVP. Pumping. Come on, man. The muck. But I tell you one thing, they still got them fast dudes with dreads. Still got them fast dudes. Hey, man, listen. Appreciate everybody, man, joining us. Oops. Thank you guys for still hear me, man. Let's see. Camera went out. But anyway, guys, we'll be back tomorrow. If you're a family person, tomorrow 12 noon, we will be streaming the Coach Quinn Gray press conference, man. Appreciate everybody. Everybody have a good night. See y'all tomorrow.